And second ball of the game, this opening partnership has been broken and Mujeeb has taken the catch.
Yes, that extra bounce we were talking about from Bartlett, and Khawaja not really prepared to have a look, which was a bit of a surprise, but I thought that was going to be panic stations there, Mujeeb and Pearson colliding with one another, but eventually Mujeeb calling for that catch, and that's a big blow for Thunder. These two have been in great form, as we said, through the tournament, and to see the back of Khawaja, I think it started the Brisbane Heat's campaign in this game off really off and running.
It was one of those where as soon as the keeper realised that he wasn't going to get there, you were not backing the fielder, because as a fielder you're always expecting the keeper's going to be the one that's going to take it.
Well, it's usually the unwritten rule. Usually if the keeper's surging towards you with those two big great mitts on, you back off as a fielder, but he was a little bit slow on his bike there, the Adrian Pearson, so it's a good thing Mujeeb was underneath it, but what a great catch. Never easy running backwards to take those, so no, enter Callum Ferguson.
Particularly when you know the value of the partnership, that Hales and Khawaja have had a phenomenal record at the top of the order, and to get that wicket early will make a big difference. But it does bring to the middle the man actually who's leading the run scoring for the Sydney Thunder so far this year in Callum Ferguson, the captain. He scored 208 runs at an average of over 40. His strike rate's right down though, so he hasn't quite had that firepower that we've seen from Khawaja and Hales, but he does accumulate. He's the anchor in the innings, if you like. Hales will be on strike, the batsman having crossed. Bartlett has taken the wicket that's fallen this first over, and Hales is seeing a ball go down the leg side. Pearson shuffles across to his left. It will be signalled a wide by the umpire, and a first run onto the board. It's 1 for 1.
It's absolutely flying through.
Oh,
you know, from not that short as well. I mean, that's what, just back of a length down the leg side. It's hitting those keepers' hands really, really hard.
Really is brutal. Hales yet to get off the mark. Nobody's scored a run off the bat so far for the Thunder. And he's waiting and defending. Into the offside it goes. Caution shown by Alex Hales, a former England opener. Of course, former Test opener. There was some talk for a little while that he could be quite an effective Test opener in Australian conditions, because he likes the bounce, he likes pace on the ball, and it's whether that he could temperamentally resist not going for one.
Yeah, it's Test cricket is not a game for everyone. I think Alex Hales in white ball cricket, you know, has proven in this.
Into the offside it goes defensively, no run.
Yeah, has proven in this tournament today. I mean, and for a few years for England, he's been a phenomenal white ball specialist, you would say now. It didn't quite work out from at Test level. As I said, that's that longer term concentration, maybe some slight technical glitches as well. You know, he's not a great mover of the feet, Alex Hales. He's a tall man, very much plays from the crease, long levers.
Waits now as Bartlett is into him, defended again into the offside, no run. This has been an excellent over so far from Bartlett. Yeah, his Test record, 11 Test matches. Hales with 550s in there, high of 94, average of 27. They're not disastrous in the context of that, you know, challenging time that he faced. You know, facing good attacks in that period.
Yeah, it was a bad time for English cricket, because they weren't really sticking with anyone at the top of the order. It was almost revolving doors a little bit.
Hales swinging into the offside it goes. It's going to land short of the fielder Mujeeb, who runs round from third man, and Hales will get back for a couple. So the over ends with 2 off the bat, although not in terribly convincing fashion. It's 3 for 1 after the first over. Well, you know, Carbs, that the one that they should have stuck with, obviously, is the one that had to face the hardest challenge of all, which is Mitchell Johnson, Australia in 13-14. I mean, come on. Who are we kidding?
Oh, come on, I mean, there you go, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, look, I felt sorry for a lot of guys who came after me, to be honest. You know, likes of Adam Lyth. I'm a very big Adam Lyth fan. As I've said publicly, I think he's still arguably for me one of the best openers outside the England bubble at this moment in time, and it was a shame for him, you know, he didn't get a longer run. Say you look at Alex Hales' numbers, you know, they're definitely not bad numbers for someone who's played 11 Test matches, but the thing is, as proven now, you know, you stuck with Sibley and Burns Rory Burns I'm talking about, for now, what, nearly a year, just over, and they're reaping the benefits. You know, you've allowed these two guys to bed in. You know, opening the batting's a tough job.
Jack Wildermuth will bowl the second over, right arm over to Ferguson. There's a sniff in place. Again, the ball whistles through to the gloves of Pearson as Ferguson watches it go outside the bat, and it remains 3 for 1.
Yeah, good length again from these Brisbane Heat bowlers. Just pinning these Thunder batsmen to the crease a little bit. Callum Ferguson again, one of these batsmen who initially don't really get the feet moving. He's got excellent hands. Callum Ferguson, he likes to throw the hands, very strong through the offside, very strong cutter and puller.
Wildermuth again, sprinting in as down the track comes Ferguson. He's looking to just create a little bit of space, and that's beautifully played. He's worked it through mid-wicket. He's timed it so well as well. 4 runs, and I'm not quite sure with the ease with which he played it how he's got that power. 7 for 1.
Yeah, very, very sort of bottom-handed sort of play, you say, Callum Ferguson. Grips the bat quite low down, but that was beautifully timed. He just eased it down. I thought, oh, he just knocked that in the gap there for 2, and he obviously timed it a lot better than we thought for 4.
Lovely shot from Ferguson. And Wildermuth, maybe just a little bit straight, but a bad ball as Ferguson is waiting and off the back foot defending into the offside now. And there is no run. Wildermuth so far, his trump card for the Heat has been economy. He's been going at under 6 and over in this tournament so far, which is, if you've got somebody who can bowl you your 4 overs going at that sort of economy, it makes a huge difference.
Oh, they're worth their weight in gold, isn't it? I mean, who would have thought you'd be saying that once upon a time? Yeah, I think what's helping him is, you know, just seeing a few balls there just shaped away, so that will give him some encouragement to keep pitching the ball up.
Ferguson on strike, and Wildermuth is running around to field off his own bowling. Another factor in this game that we should mention is quite how far over this pitch is. It is right across the square on the far left as we're looking at it at the moment, and the boundary square for the right-hander on the offside is barely a hit away. It is such a small boundary.
It's always the way, isn't it? Look after the right-handers. Us poor left-handers, we got the bigger offside boundary. Lovely.
Ferguson nudging the ball down to short third man. They'll run through for a single if they're quick.
I'll tell you what, it looks a beautiful batting wicket.
Yeah,
I'm getting the itchy fingers to go out and have a bat. I haven't had a bat for a long time, but looking at that wicket, it looks amazing.
I mean, that's such a cricketer's point of view, isn't it, that everything is always against them. It's either a batsman's game or a bowler's game, or it's a left-handed. I mean, of course, they do swap ends, the bowlers, so actually...
Yeah. Well, it's definitely a tougher game for left-handed. I've always said that.
Here comes Wildermuth. Hales on strike, but he's not ready, and so Wildermuth will have to trot back to the end of his
get all
mark.
These right-handers phoning in now, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, one thing I will say, I'm going to save it for after this ball, as Wildermuth is into Hales, pace taken off it, and Hales runs through for 1, just nudging it into the leg side. And the over concludes 9 for 1. It's much the same as you get in football. You never get a cultured left foot. Is always talked. If someone's got a left foot, it's always, oh, he's got a lovely cultured left foot, a wand of a left foot. It's never he's got a wand of a right foot, just because there's less of them. Similarly with left-handed batsmen, oh, what an elegant shot from the left-hander.
You know, my dad used to say the same thing. Although he was right-handed, obviously I was left-handed, he said it's something about when we play cover drives.
Yeah.
It just looks that much more elegant.
It does, and I don't know why.
I don't know. Well, us left-handers out there, you phone in, tell me if you feel it's an easier game. I never felt it was.
Hales is on strike at the start of the over and plays it in almost between his legs, and it runs through to Pearson, the keeper. Somebody far cleverer than me flipped a video round of Ian Bell's best cover drives.
Oh, that looked good, wouldn't it?
So it was him as a left-hander.
Oh, right.
It sort of mirrored it.
Oh, yeah.
And I tell you, they were good shots originally, but as a left-hander, something else.
Even chuck Babar Azam's cover drive in
now
there.
You're talking.
That would look pretty good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think most of my cricket shots, if you flip them around, they wouldn't look much better, I'm afraid. Bartlett This bowling, and that's gloriously driven by Alex Hales. He's a right-hander. He's driven it through the covers. I don't need anything flipping around for that. That's just gorgeous. Whatever way you look at it. 13 for 1.
Timing. That is beautiful timing. That's the big man just leaning on that front foot, just punching it really. No real follow through, just using the pace. And that's what you got to do in Australia. You know, you get lots of pace. As I said, that batting surface looks amazing to bat on, and Alex Hales capitalising. Bartlett, he didn't do much wrong there, to be fair. It was just a ball on top of the off stump.
Hales this time in the air, down the ground. How much has he got on that? I'm not convinced it's going to be 6, is it? No, it drops just short in the end. The fielder, who wasn't too far away from it, Baisley, tumbles to the ground, kicks up a load of mud as he does it, and then the ball bounces off his shoulder into the rope for 4.
He got the dive out a little bit early, I think. Yeah, Alex Hales just getting a little bit underneath it. Again, maybe that extra bounce. And great effort from Burns, I think it was.
But was it Burns? It was.
Yeah, I think it's Burns. Yeah.
It's not really going right for poor Joe Burns at the moment.
He's due some luck.
He's due a bit of luck. Hales driving through the offsides, really well stopped in the covers. I think that's Max Bryant that's picked it up and prevents the boundary. It's 18 for 1.
It's the same problem Australia have, isn't it? You know, finding good openers. You know, obviously David Warner was sadly injured. Joe Burns has been in possession for a couple of test matches, and you know, you get a couple of nick-offs and a couple of bad decisions, and you know, suddenly you're out of the team. Yeah, but I'm sure he'll be back.
It's a big debate, isn't it, in Australia, as Bartlett is bowling to Ferguson. It's a little leg side-ish, and he likes it there, works it as far as deep mid-wicket for a single. 19 for 1. The ball left to the 3rd over. Yeah, who can open the batting? There's talk of Will Bukowski, this new young talented batsman that they've been very keen on for a couple of years, and looks like getting his opportunity. Burns was kept in when his form in the show, and people were saying Sean Marsh, surely he's the man scoring the hundreds. He may be slightly older, but get him in. Hales in the air, down the ground. It's a lovely looking shot from Alex Hales, and it's 6. What a shot. It really is brilliant from the tall England batsman. Straight bat, punch back over the bowler's head for 6. 25 for 1 after 3 overs.
And this is where Alex Hales can be really dangerous. You know, he's I've not, you know, for last few years I've seen him sort of take his time, give himself a few balls, and then he sort of almost explodes into life. He's almost like he starts to target, he gets a feeling, he targets someone, and then, you know, when he starts using those big levers down the ground, he can be unstoppable. What a shot that was.
That really was front leg. Outstanding, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is what he can do. You can tell he's a batsman for these sort of conditions. Not much lateral movement, so he doesn't have to worry about too much excessive foot movement, but as long as he feels confident he can put his hands through the ball, you know, he's box office.
Ferguson waiting for the start of a new over and driving through the offside brutally and brilliantly. It's 4 more, and suddenly the Thunder are moving through the gears here, and this good attacking pitch, if you like, that's really coming onto the bat is being taken advantage of by the Thunder.
And let me tell you, that is not a bad ball. That's 140 k's on top of off stump with not much width on it, and Ferguson's it's almost hockey slapped it through the offside. Yeah, it was an amazing shot. I mean, the power these guys possess now, the shots that they can play off not very bad balls. Not, you know, you feel sorry for some of these bowlers. He hasn't done much wrong there, to be honest.
Ferguson is on 10. Wildermuth is going to try his luck once again. Ferguson this time deep in the crease and running it to backward point, and Joe Denley who picks up. There's no run. So 29 for 1. We've got 4 balls left of this initial power play, and then the 2 more power surge overs you can take any time after the 10th over. The thing to look out for, of course, at the 10 over mark is whether any X-factor substitutes are made. Today, more than any other day in the tournament so far, I think we really will be keeping an eye on it, because Chris Lynn, the most powerful batsman in the history of the BBL in terms of 6 hitting, is available again for the heat. Ferguson up on his toes, again runs it towards Denley at backward point, and there is no run. So 3 balls left of this power play start. The 4 overs that you get with the fielding restrictions, the score is 29 for 1.
It's almost like the worst kept secret in the world, isn't it, for the Brisbane Heat, really, isn't it? I mean, I would think a half-fit Chris Lynn, it will happily slide in, not having to do much fielding, just come in and wield the willow as we know he can.
Ferguson on 10. With Wildermuth, dark hair, charging in. And Ferguson immediately crying no, because it's just defensively pushed up as far as mid-on, but no chance of a single being taken. So 3 dot balls after that boundary, just to slow a bit of the momentum that the Thunder were gaining.
Yeah, it's been a good comeback, really. If you think, you know, disappearing for 4 first ball, as I said, you know, from what was not a bad ball, and to sort of stem the flow, but you feel something is brewing here from Ferguson. He wants to go big.
Ferguson waits for Wildermuth into the leg side, trying to create a different angle as he takes a step across to the off. And he gets 1, but nothing more. So Hales will be on strike for the final ball of this 4th over. Hales 18 from 10, continuing this excellent run of form. He's now passed 200 runs in this year's tournament. And he's done so most of the time barely looking like he's sort of breaking a sweat.
Yeah, see how he tends to bat in the last few years. As I said, he tends to like to take his time, give himself maybe 8 to 10 balls, and then if he fancies someone, he then just tries to take them down.
Wildermuth to Hales, early into position to try and give himself some space, and that's a good shot. Is he going to get 4? No, it's well stopped by Kuhnemann, as Hales took that big stride off to past the off stump and then just whipped it round the corner. Knew the fielder was up inside the circle. In fact, didn't quite get it fine enough, and so the man at backward square leg could get around and stop the boundary. But 32 for 1 after 4 overs represents a pretty decent start, particularly considering Khawaja went second ball. Yeah,
absolutely. I think the Thunder would be very pleased with that. They obviously losing Usman Khawaja quite early, and Ferguson has come in and supported Alex Hales really well. So you wouldn't say it's a breakneck start, but the starts haven't tended to be in the BBL. Those teams at the top, they've tended to keep a steady start. As I said, anything around 30 for 1, 30 for none, I think is a good start, just to get yourself used to the extra bounce at the Gabba, and then it gets easier as the innings progresses. So now these two will be looking to cash in. There's still a lot of hitting power to come, the likes of Billings, Davies, who I've been really impressed by, and obviously the injury room, Cutting and Sams down the back end. So this is really the launching pad. If someone like Hales now can get hold of Mujeeb, you know, they're set for a decent total. Yeah, Mujeeb against Hales is going to be a really interesting battle. And immediately, Mujeeb has Ferguson in trouble. Big appeal for LBW. It looked like it probably struck him outside the line as he looked for the big heave-ho. And as we look at a replay on our monitors now, well, it's probably did a bit much, I think. Yeah, this could be a great contest, because the Gabba wicket, Mujeeb into Ferguson, deep in the crease for 1. He'll work it into the leg side. Hales on strike at 33 for 1. I'm saying this could be a great contest, because the Gabba wicket is not notoriously a great wicket for spinners, so I'm not sure how effective someone like Mujeeb's variations are going to be. So you give the likes of Alex Hales full confidence that if he gets him anywhere near that hitting zone, put him back over his head. Mujeeb, long sleeves, moving into bowl to Hales on the pads of the England batsman into the leg side. He sends it out to wide long on as Steketee comes in and picks up. Hales gets another run, 34 for 1. Mujeeb in his last couple of matches took 5 for 15 against the Hurricanes and 2 for 28 against the Sydney Sixers in that victory. So he's been really good in the last couple of weeks. It's gone up in the air off a top edge. It's going to fly down towards the boundary. Can a fielder get round to prevent the 4? Yes, a couple of yards inside the ropes, and the throw comes in, but they will get back for the 3rd run. 37 for 1. Ferguson getting in a bit of a tangle. He hasn't looked completely comfortable, I think it's fair to say. Yes, I think this is the shot that these two are going to employ against someone like Mujeeb, to try and hit him off length. The slog sweep, we know Alex Hales is, you know, one of the best at it in the game. Displayed it in his magnificent knock the other day. Nicely played from Hales. He runs it down towards the 3rd man boundary as a chase on for Burns, who does get there in time, loses his cap in the process, and again a 3, back-to-back 3s. You don't see that very often. That is the sort of thing
the statisticians will be very
Come on,
excited
Halsey, hit it over the ropes, son. Hit it over the ropes. Yeah, well, I'm saying that I think these two are going to look to wander across to that off stump, almost force Mujeeb to come straight into that hitting zone and then try and utilise that massive expanse over the leg side with the slog sweeps. It's good captaincy, I think, from Pearson to bring Mujeeb on that end, get them hitting towards that longer side.
Though 8 runs have been conceded so far in the over, it's looked the most threatening of anything we've seen as Ferguson on strike bowls, and it's defended into the ground, into the hands of the bowler, and a dot ball to finish the over. So Ferguson's on 15, Hales on 24. We've had 5 overs of the innings, the Thunder electing to have a bat first. 40 for 1 is the score, and a few more thoughts from you, Michael Carberry. And for the first time today, we'll hear from Stefan Schemmel.
Yeah, I think it's beautifully poised from the Thunder. I think they would have taken that start of the innings. Hales looks in great touch, ably supported by Ferguson, who hasn't really got going just yet, but has played some nice shots. Looks a beautiful batting wicket, and I think the Heat will feel a little bit under pressure, probably need a wicket or two just to feel that they're getting back into the contest a little bit. Otherwise, these two can really take the game away from you.
Mark Steckerty's going to come into the attack. Been well in the action for the Brisbane Heat so far this season, Mark Steckerty. 10 wickets overall. It was Steckerty who was run out off the last ball when they lost to the Hobart Hurricanes. He's in now, bowling to Alex Hales, who goes across his stumps and defends back to the bowler.
Yeah, Mark Steckerty's had an up and down tournament. It was in the wickets their previous game, taking a couple of wickets for them. He's generally a good bowler, good decent pace up around the sort of 140 mark. We'll look to sort of hit back of a length.
Got number 6 on his back, Steckerty. Black towel in the back of his greenish trousers. Pulled through square leg by Hales. It'll just be a single. Thunder move on to 41 for 1 after winning the bat flip and electing to bat first in Brisbane. I think the official name of that Brisbane Heat kit is teal, Michael.
It is, yes. And they're sporting ribbons today in support of ovarian cancer, I believe.
Steckerty bowls to Ferguson, heaves into the onside, aerially out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a big gap between 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. Long on has to move around to his right to do the fielding. Couple taken, 43 for 1.
Yeah, Ferguson just struggling a little bit with his timing. Again, that one high up on the bat. So there's a little bit of extra bounce in this wicket, which you expect at the Gabba. It's one of the quicker wickets in Australia. Not quite latching onto that one.
Seen pictures of Chris Lynn, Steckerty bowls, short ball that Ferguson sways out of the way of. So Chris Lynn, the Brisbane Heat captain, he's been struggling with a hamstring injury. He's only played 2 games so far. There was a thought that he might be fit to play tonight, but instead he's only amongst the substitutes. It seems an odd one, that, Michael. If he's not fit enough to play, why would he be fit enough to come on as a substitute after 10 overs?
I think it's a little bit of mind games, to be honest, Stefan. I think that I would have thought even a half-fit Chris Lynn, if he's given the medical staff the okay, say, well, look, I think I can get through. I mean, this is where you can use the rules to your favour, really.
Steckerty bustles in, it's outside the off stump. Ferguson cuts powerfully for 4. That has scorched the turf on its way to the backward point or wide third man fence. Pretty ropey delivery from Steckerty, really, short and wide, and Ferguson's cashed in. Score moves on to 47 for 1 with 1 delivery of the 6th over remaining.
Yeah, definitely not the place to bowl to that short offside boundary, short and wide to Callum Ferguson. Again, as I said, he's a very bottom hand player, very quick hands, likes to throw his hands, very good cutter of the ball. Great shot.
Ferguson waits in the lime green of the Thunder. This time, wristily whips through square leg from a delivery that's back of a length, just for a single to complete the 6th over. The Thunder batting first at the Gabba, 48 for 1, knowing that a victory will take them to the top of the Big Bash League table. Callum Ferguson, the captain, 22 from 19. Alex Hales, 25 from 15. Usman Khawaja the man to go, second ball of the innings, very well caught by Mujibur Rahman at short fine leg off a top edge from the bowling of Bartlett. Result from earlier on today, the Melbourne Stars have beaten the Hobart Hurricanes. Melbourne Stars 183 for 6. Hobart, they were 173 for 6. Stars won by 10 runs. Ben McDermott made 91 for the Hurricanes. Dawid Malan, England's Dawid Malan, the number 1 T20 batsman in the world, he made 26 in the run chase, but Hobart fell short, which means they stay third in the Big Bash League. And Lewis Gregory is coming into the attack for the first time for the Brisbane Heat.
Yeah, it's been a good acquisition for the Brisbane Heat so far, Lewis Gregory, very good cricketer.
Got a bustling side-to-side run-up Gregory, bowling his medium pace. Slower ball to begin with outside the off-stump. Ferguson doesn't time it, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's had a little go with England, I believe, in ODI and T20 cricket over the years. Lewis Gregory, very consistent performer in the blast. He's had a good couple of seasons with Somerset.
He's taken 4 wickets so far, including 3 on debut versus Hobart. He's got his shirt untucked, Gregory, as he bowls to Ferguson. Another slower ball. Ferguson gives himself some room, cuts towards that big boundary and gets 4. Well, Ferguson, I think, may have picked the slower ball there, backed off, found the gap behind point, and though it's a big, wide expanse of green outfield on the offside, he beat the cover sweeper, or point sweeper, and picked up 4. 52 for 1, the Thunder.
Yeah, Ferguson's a batsman. He likes to almost set himself deep in the crease and then sort of throw his right leg out the way to allow his hands to go through the hitting zone.
Again, it's outside the off stump from Gregory. Ferguson again cutting. There's a dive from the man at cover point. Parries it, single taken, 53 for 1. Ferguson up to 27 from 22. So where he had some early struggles to find his timing, get his rhythm, he's now travelling well, the Thunder captain.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's an experienced campaigner. He's been around a long time. He will recognise that, you know, with someone like Alex Hales going great guns at the other end, he doesn't need fireworks from himself necessarily. He can just tick along.
Gregory bowls with a grunt. Hales cuts. There's more work for that cover sweeper to do, but he won't get there. Not a great start this from Lewis Gregory. Too short, maybe a bit too much room. Having said that, Hales might have just manufactured something by backing off. Either way, it's the second boundary to the sort of backward point or wide third man area of the over. Thunder 57 for 1. 4 deliveries of the 7th gone.
Yeah, I think it's more the length from Lewis Gregory, especially at his pace. He's not a very quick bowler. He's got to make sure, especially on these good surfaces, that his length is key. Got to force these guys to get forward, try and get them to hit down the ground or over that biggish leg side boundary. You can't afford to drop short and wide to someone like Hales and Ferguson in particular, who are very good square the wicket players, good cutters of the ball. Look to sweat on anything short.
Gregory was short again. This time it was quicker, and Hales trying to pull a bit late on the ball, went through for a dot. This partnership's worth 57. Hales 29 from 17. Gregory completes the over. Another slower ball, just rolling his fingers over an off cutter. No timing from Hales, but still a single into the offside. And after 7 overs, Sydney Thunder are 58 for 1. Alex Hales has 30 from 18 deliveries. Callum Ferguson 27 from 22. So Sydney Thunder, who will go top of the Big Bash League with a victory. They've started well after winning the bat flip and electing to bat. It's live commentary on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sounds app. Tomorrow at this time you can hear the Melbourne Renegades versus Adelaide Strikers, and from Wednesday night at 11:30 full coverage of the third test between Australia and India in Sydney. Very good morning to you if you're just heading back to work after Christmas. Maybe it's back to school. You still feeling festive, Michael Carberry?
Oh, absolutely, mate. I don't have to go back to school, so I'm fine. Yeah, it's been a quiet Christmas, but sometimes that was needed, I think, in the current climate. But obviously great to have some live sport on. And this tournament's been fantastic, as it always is. It always lives up to its expectations.
Left arm spin, Matt Kuhneman into the attack for the first time this evening. Number 30, left arm round to Hales. Full delivery that Hales whips off his toes out towards deep mid wicket for a single. 59 for 1. 3 games this season for Kuhnemann. He's taken 2 wickets. Formerly of Bishop Stortford in the Hertfordshire Premier League.
Bit of change of pace, I would have thought, from Brisbane Heat. Maybe they feel the seamers haven't quite got it right.
Kuhnemann creeps in, straight to Ferguson. No turn from Kuhnemann yet. Ball just follows the right-hander. You can take a single into the offside. 60 for 1.
Yeah, and already Kuhnemann is just not really looking to give it much flight, as you would expect to someone like Alex Hales in this kind of nick.
Hales crouches, lifts the back, gives himself some room. It's uppish over the offside infield. Couple of bounces out to the point sweeper. 1 more taken. 61 for 3. On the subject of feeling festive, Michael, what's your stance? Tree stays up until the 6th of January? Is that how you operate?
Absolutely. I think you got to see out all 12 days, really, haven't you? It's just tradition.
That's a full ball from Kuhnemann that Ferguson whips up towards long on. 1 more taken. 62 for 1.
Yes, absolutely. I think, given the circumstances, let's enjoy Christmas as every day's Christmas, isn't it?
I'm with you. If my house was big enough, I'd have the tree up in a room all year. I think little Christmas room. Quite got enough space. Kuhnemann again. This time Hales, who's down the track aerially, up towards long gone for 6. It's carried all the way over the boundary rope and the advertising hoardings, rattling into a concrete wall. The white cricket ball. Alex Hales up to 38 from 21 deliveries, and the Sydney Thunder are 68 for 1.
And you feel that this over could be a little bit happy hour here. I think Hales really fancies this Kuhnemann, who's just come on, darting left arm, no real turn. As I say, Brisbane wicket's not renowned best wicket for spinners. And you feel someone like him, Alex Hales, is going to look to target those straight boundaries.
Last ball of the over, 10 runs already from it. Kuhnemann into Hales. That's good bowling, actually. Hales looks to give himself room, but Kuhnemann follows him, and Hales can only bunt it up towards long on. So in the circumstances, Kuhnemann might feel like he got away with one from that last delivery, because as Michael Carberry said, Alex Hales was just starting to feel it. Sydney Thunder 69 for 1, Alex Hales 39 from 22, Callum Ferguson 29 from 24, and we're expecting England batsman Sam Billings in next.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Sam Billings is a fine ball striker in his own right, and a very good player of spin himself, which will be handy against the likes of Mujeeb, who's looks like he's going to have another over. And again, I think it's just Brisbane Heat now looking to try and find the formula, trying to mix it up so that their bowlers are not being lined up, hoping for a wicket, try and break this partnership if they can, because it's looking ominous.
Indeed it is, Mujeeb Ur-Rahman. Teal boots to match his teal kit to Hales. Big swing towards the leg side and a miss. Jimmy Pearson has the bails off. He asked the question of the umpire, but Hales' back foot firmly anchored beyond the crease line.
Yeah, Alex Hales just looking for that slog sweep, that favoured slog sweep over the leg side. You get the feeling that's going to be the preferred option to someone like Mujeeb. Probably not really picking him from the hand, so you're going to try and take him off length. If Mujeeb, he looks to be bowling quite quick, not backing himself to sort of slow it up, try and utilise any spin there may be.
Arms everywhere from Mujeeb as he bowls his off breaks towards Hales. Hales comes down the track and reaches to toe end one towards deep point for a single. 70 for 1. Hales 40 from 24.
Yeah, I do feel these spinners do need to be a little bit braver. Just keep mixing their pace to someone like Hales. You don't want to get too quick. Give him a chance to line you up.
Mujeeb, number 88, hustles in. Ferguson pulls out towards deep mid wicket. The huge figure of Xavier Bartlett does the fielding. 1 taken, 71 for 1, midway through the 9th over. At the end of this over, Michael, I'm going to ask you what it's like to play at the Gabba. It just seems like such an imposing, intimidating venue as Mujeeb is into Hales. This is a huge hit out towards deep square leg for 6. The fielder was almost in the game there. It's a massive boundary. It's James Baisley out there at deep square leg who leapt. I think he got some hands to it, and for a moment it looked like it could have been one of those amazing catches where it flicks it to another fielder. It's 6, 77 for 1. Here's the replay. Baisley did take the ball and then dropped it over the rope.
Yeah, I think he was just conscious of where the rope was as he took the catch, or as he took his eyes off the ball temporarily.
Mujeeb again, top edge, Hales is gone. He sliced it to Lewis Gregory at short third man. It was wide from Mujeeb. Didn't look like much of a delivery, but the spinner might say, well, that's all part of my armoury. Short and wide, Hales reaching for it, top edge. Lewis Gregory takes the catch above his head at short third man. Alex Hales goes for 46 and the Sydney Thunder are 77 for 2.
Yeah, and good bowling from Mujeeb. I think he just slowed it up a touch. As I said, you got to mix your pace up to someone like Alex Hales in this sort of form, rather than just trying to fire every ball in, and just bowling that one a little bit, tad slow and a little bit wide. And again, with the bounce at the Gabba, Hales not quite able to get over the cut shot and just spooning it to Lewis Gregory. And what a fine knock again, Alex Hales. He's got them off to a good start, and I would have thought enter Sam Billings. It is, here he is. He'll be looking to again keep the momentum going for the Thunder.
Yeah, Alex Hales' scores in the Big Bash now: 46, 0-0, 35, 71, 45 and 46. So he's flying. But to linger on that delivery of Mujeeb, T20 cricket brings so many different things into a spinner's armoury, doesn't it, Michael Carberry? And sometimes what you may call, or in ordinary cricket, a long hop is actually quite a vital part of how a spinner keeps a batsman guessing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's any of the top spinners will tell you. Any bowler will tell you, really. The key to bowling in this format now is not to get lined up. So, to mix your pace, mix your line. You see people now trying to bowl at the wide line. You see people, as you say, the slower ball bumper, which was known as the filthy donkey drop long hop, is now an effective delivery in this format, because it forces the batsman to have to make all the pace on the delivery.
So Sam Billings has arrived at the crease. There's a slip in place. It's his Kent colleague Joe Denley. Mujeeb bowls and Billings very carefully defends his first delivery. So that's the end of the 9th over. A successful one for Brisbane Heat. Sydney Thunder are 77 for 2. Callum Ferguson 30 from 25, and Billings yet to get off the mark. And Michael Carberry, as I said, what is it like to play at the Gabba? I mean, I've been there a couple of times, and it is just so intimidating. For an England batsman, it must be like entering the lion's den.
Yeah, as a lot of the grounds tend to be in Australia, they're sort of almost stadium-like amphitheatre sort of design in their design. You feel as though sometimes the crowd is right on top of you. It's quite, I would say, it's one of the faster wickets in Australia, one of the bounciest ones, along with the Wacker. It's one that the quicks enjoy because they can see the ball fly through to the keeper. It's not easy early on against a new ball, but if you're able to get through that, I mean, it can be a lovely surface to bat on.
Lewis Gregory starts a new over to Callum Ferguson, drives up to the man at extra cover, and there's no run. Your experience of playing in Australia, obviously with England on the Ashes Tour of 2013-14, but also playing for Perth Scorchers in the Big Bash League, how different is it being a visiting England player compared to being the overseas player in the Big Bash? As Gregory bowls again to Ferguson, whips this one through square leg off the back foot for a single. Score will move on to 78 for 2, so it'll be Gregory to Billings, England international to England international. Yeah, what's that difference, Michael?
I would say, obviously, touring with England, we were rightly so, we were the old enemy, so there wasn't much love shown to us by the Australian public at the time, and we were thoroughly outplayed, I think it's fair to say. Going over there for the Scorchers, I think it's a different dynamic, because now you're from a different state, you're coming over, so I guess obviously the support would have been for the men in teal.
Gregory to Billings, that's a bouncer that goes over Billings' left shoulder. He's looking accusingly at the square leg umpire because no wide call. Dot ball, 78 for 2.
So all in all, mate, it wasn't much love for me either way. But I enjoyed my time over there. I loved playing for the Scorchers. As I said before, it was 2 fantastic years that I had. I've genuinely loved playing my cricket in Australia. It's really developed my back foot game.
Gregory bowls, slower ball, Billings down the track, completely befuddled through to the wicketkeeper. Another dot, so Billings has now faced 3 deliveries and yet to get off the mark. The hostility that an England batsman faces during an Ashes tour, is that confined just to match days, or is that when you're out and about in Australia? Do you get noticed and sledged if you're going out for dinner?
Yeah, there was occasions. Yeah, I mean, the Ashes is a very high-profile series. I mean, that's the one thing that struck me, was that your profile is.
Gregory bowls onto the pads of Billings, who bunts it into the open space at mid-wicket. That's good running. They come back for 2 because the ball's barely left the 30-yard circle. I don't think it did, but that huge boundary means that the sweepers are back on the rope. So Billings takes a couple, 80 for 2. Also, I noticed Chris Lynn has just been pulling his boots on. I wonder if we're about to see an X-Factor substitute. I wonder if the reason he was an X-Factor sub was just so he didn't have to field for 10 overs.
Yeah, I would have thought so. They're trying to give that hamstring as much recuperation time as possible. The less time someone like him has to spend on a 60-70% hamstring at this stage is only a good thing.
Gregory to complete the over. Billings just drops this into the offside and runs. So after halfway, the Sydney Thunder are 81 for 2, Ferguson 31, Billings 3. Drinks and coaches and subfielders are coming onto the field, and Michael Carberry, you're going to take a break, but yeah, just to linger on that point just for a moment, sledged while you're out for dinner in Australia?
We had some moments where some people expressed their views, but look, I would say that's all part and parcel of it. Look, the Australians public, to my mind, look, they're obviously naturally going to get behind the home team, but they do support good cricket. If you prepare to go out and fight, they do give you support as well. So I think all in all, they're good. They just love sport.
No hostility from us towards Michael Carberry today. Michael's going to take a breather. I'm going to be joined by Henry Moran. Sydney Thunder, having won the bat flip, are 81 for 2 at halfway. Usman Khawaja, second ball of the innings, top edged Xavier Bartlett to short fine leg where Mujib Ur-Rahman took a fine catch. Alex Hales continuing his excellent form, 46 from 26. Callum Ferguson, the Sydney Thunder captain, has 31 from 27. He's just been joined by Sam Billings, who has 3 from 5 balls. Sydney Thunder, if they win tonight, will go top of the Big Bash League, above their Sydney rivals, the Sydney Sixers. The Heat, they're looking for their 3rd win in what is their 7th game, looking to climb the table. The subfielders, the coaches, they're just leaving the Gabba, and we're expecting confirmation that Chris Lynn has been introduced as an X-Factor substitute. He's on the field, he's swinging his arms around, he's kicking his heels up towards the back of his legs. He's replaced Matt Kuhneman, the left arm spinner, who's only bowled 1 over. So Chris Lynn, the Brisbane Heat captain, is introduced. He makes his return from a hamstring injury. Kuhneman's 1 over cost 11 runs, and he's been pulled. And Henry Moran, does that mean that Chris Lynn takes over as captain now, or does Jimmy Pearson remain the man in charge?
I think that Pearson will probably remain the man in charge. I think this is the first X-Factor sub where you think this really is, X-Factor. And actually, it's quite an interesting demonstration of how this can work, because you've got a player coming back from injury. You can burgle an over or 2 out of a bowler, and then get your big batsman back in as Billings on strike is clubbing into the offside. Baisley's first delivery is pushed out as far as deep cover, and a single is taken to bring Ferguson onto strike. It's 82 for 2. And so you've got a situation where, a player's coming back from injury, and you can rest them for the first 10 overs of an innings. And equally, if they batted first, he potentially, is in a position where you could maybe, look to get him in later on in the innings if you needed to. So it's an interesting demonstration of how the new rule can be used, as it's chopped down to short third man. The keeper runs around to pick up another single. 83 for two. So this is quite an interesting demonstration of the X factor and how it can be utilised.
Yeah, I think the Heat, for this plan to work as well as it has, they had to field first.
Oh, that has made it much easier.
So I think losing the toss was actually pretty useful for them. I wonder if they batted first, if Koeneman might have been named in the 11 and not done anything at all.
Billings on strike and gets a single into the leg side. 84 for two.
But as it is, it's worked perfectly because Koeneman was able to bowl an over. Maybe if that had gone much better than the 0 for 11, it would have been a different bowler that would have been pulled out of the game. But now Chris Lynn only has to field for 10 overs. They can try and hide him, and then he can open the bat in the Heat.
Yeah.
Most effective use of the X Factor sub I've seen.
Yeah, certainly. Ferguson waits for Baisley, hits the ball hard into the offside. Has work to do for the fielder at deep cover, who does well actually, Max Bryant. Sliding, tumbling, and stops the boundary. But a couple more are added. 86 for two, 2 balls left of the 11th over. Don't forget that any time from now onwards we could see the power surge coming in as well, so worth keeping an eye on that, those bonus 2 power play overs. Yeah, this feels like the first time an X Factor has made us watching feel interesting, rather than, well, okay, yeah, I kind of get it. Do you know what I mean? As Baisley is into, Ferguson chases a wide ball, chops it out to deep cover, and Bryant is called into action again. 1 more added. 87 for two.
Yeah, I say it's an effective use. I mean, it could be that the bowlers that the Heat now use get smashed in the final 10 overs and Chris Lynn doesn't get any runs. But I think you and I were talking about the other day, just the fact that it's called X Factor substitute, and some of the players that have been introduced, you don't actually think, could you call them an X Factor player? Chris Lynn definitely is.
No question, he's hit more sixes, as we've said before, than anyone else in the history of the BBL, as Baisley is into Billings, who's hitting the ball into the leg side. Well, he's getting himself onto that list with a monster into the second tier. It is a huge swing of the bat from Sam Billings, and the 11th over concludes with a really, really top shot. 93 for two.
That is absolutely massive. Not only has it gone to the long side of the ground, but it's gone 2 tiers up. If Billings had hit that shot with the leg side boundary on the short side, I think that would have hit the roof.
Yeah.
It's absolutely huge. To even clear the boundary on that side is a big hit. To get it into the second tier is a monster.
I don't know what that bat's made out of, but that was outrageous. It's a huge, huge hit. It has gone a mile. It really has. I'm looking at a replay of it now. He's got underneath it. Yeah, it was sort of in the slot, but it's put down. He's landed just in front of the instant replay camera from that side. Gentleman in the crowd has put it down, and it just staggering hitting from Billings. Ferguson on 35 at the start of the 12th over. Mujeeb is going to bowl it. He's taken 1 for 16 from his first 2, and Ferguson showing him respect first up with a defensive shot, but actually almost gets Sam Billings in trouble, because Mujeeb on all fours flicked the ball back at the non-strikers then, and Billings was a little bit out of his ground initially, and in the end no harm done, because the ball missed at the non-strikers end, and Billings I think would have been home anyway. Ferguson again cautious, watchful of Mujeeb, who's bowling another useful spell here. He's been excellent so far in this tournament, and the youngster, who is still only 19 years old, who's into Ferguson now, another top ball, 3 to start this 12th over, is making such a name for himself in not just franchise cricket, but for Afghanistan as well. He's played 60 times for his country. He's 19 years old. Ferguson on 35, waits for Mujeeb, tall off-break bowler, and this is into the leg side from Ferguson. Could be a chance of a catch, and it will be. The pressure tells. Bryant with the safe hands at deep mid-wicket, and because the dots were adding, you just sensed that Ferguson was desperate to try and find some sort of release, but in trying to just ease a bit of that pressure, he's found the hands of the fielder, a third wicket falls. 93 for 3.
Yeah, that's the longest side of the ground. So the deep mid-wicket fielder was about 20 yards in off the rope, and Callum Ferguson's found him perfectly. Chest was catch high, but like you say, Henry, dots from Majid, pressure building on Callum Ferguson. We knew that was the way that the Thunder had looked to score off him with the slog sweep. But one of the difficult things, like you said, Majid is tall, and the Gabba generally is a hard, bouncy wicket. So when you're sweeping, one of the problems is the bounce. That's got a little bit big on Ferguson. Top half of the bat, I'm not saying it was a top edge, but certainly not middled, and he hasn't quite connected it correctly, and he's found the fielder perfectly. What it does mean is Ollie Davis has come to the wicket, the exciting 20-year-old who at one point earlier this season hit 5 consecutive sixes against the Renegades. He's a man who likes the slog sweep against the spinners. So it could be a time for us to strap in if Davis gets going.
Yep. And again, we mentioned the power surge and wonder what moment they might decide to utilise the fielding restrictions. You'd have thought that Billings and Davis would want to form some sort of partnership to know that they're both seeing it properly and that they feel that the right moment has come. But it is available now through up until the end of the innings. So Billings will be on strike, batsman having crossed. 93 for 3, 2 balls left of the 12th over. Billings deep in his crease, pushes the ball out to cover point. Get 1 run. Davis to be on strike for the final ball of the over, with Majid having taken 2 for 17 from his 2.5. And considering the enjoyment with which batsmen have found the boundary and found batting in this innings so far, Majid's figures have been outstanding once again. Davis will be on strike then. He's a powerfully built figure, the 20-year-old. Big mane of dark bushy hair poking out of the back of the helmet. And he's going to face Majid with a slip in place behind him. It's down the leg side, so it'll be signalled wide by the umpire, and the ball will be bowled again. Chris Lynn is fielding at slip. We talked about whether he could be hidden in the field. Well, they're just trying to make sure he gets through these 10 overs without aggravating any injuries. Into the offside it goes from Davis. The over comes to an end. 1 run from it, that's all. And the wicket too. Or 2 runs, I should say, with the wide. And so Majid, another fine over. 95 for 3 after 12. Just as a heads up in my notepad, 81 for 2 at the 10 over mark, Stefan. That's the Bash boost point. So at the second innings 10 over mark, if the Brisbane Heat can reach 82 at that mark, then they will get that bonus point in this game, which would be useful from their point of view, because the Heat have had a tough time of it so far. They've only won a couple of matches, but 2 victories that have come in the last 4. So after a poor start, they have sort of started turning things around, and that win against the Sydney Sixers, the reigning champions, was a real marker, I think, of the development of this side. And now they welcome back Chris Lynn as well. That might just give them a bit more confidence that they've got a bit more strength, that they can go forward and have some success in this tournament. Steckity into his second over. Billings reaching for a wide ball and only finds the fielder Gregory at cover, and there is no run.
We wondered who would be the captain now of Brisbane Heat, now that Chris Lynn is on the field. In the last over, Lynn was having quite a big word in Jimmy Pearson's ear, and they were both moving fielders around, moving their left arms in sync, like they're doing some sort of choreographed dance routine.
Steckity to Billings, who's down the track, trying to create the angle, works to the leg side, gets 1. And to Bartlett at deep mid-wicket. So Davis will be on strike, 96 for 3, 2 balls into the 13th.
And that Bash boost score, 81 for 2, a target that the Heat will have of 82. I think that's one of the bigger halfway targets I've seen during this year's Big Bash.
Yeah, on average it's been around about the sort of 65-70 mark is where things have typically been at the halfway stage. We see some big scores, but the power has tended to come in the second half of the innings. A decent total of 81 for 2 at the 10 over mark. It's whether they can continue that momentum. No Hales, no Ferguson, no Khawaja, so it's down to the engine room of this side, as you described it, Steph, as Davis on strike, hits the ball in the air. Can a fielder get there? 3 coming in underneath it, and the catch is taken. Davis goes second ball without scoring. Wildermuth was the man that called it in the leg side and had a long time to wait as well. Davis goes, trying to clear that long boundary. He couldn't do it. And a fourth wicket, 96 for 4.
Yeah, I don't know if Steketee just rolled his fingers over that one as a slower ball. It was certainly dug into the pitch. A lot of cover out there on the leg side fence. There was a long leg, a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. It looked like just a little toe end from Oliver Davis. Ball went straight up into the air, a lot of hang time, and eventually it came down into the hands of Jack Wildermuth at deep square leg. Pretty simple catch for him. Oliver Davis, the 20-year-old who's made such an impact. Nothing from him this evening, and the Sydney Thunder's momentum is being stalled by the loss of these wickets.
Yeah, it really is. And you see Daniel Sams come to the middle as opposed to Ben Cutting, who on a scorecard at least is the next man in, but Sams has bumped up the order. He hit that brilliant 65 against this opponent earlier on in the tournament. It wasn't just 65, it was 65 that came from just 25 balls with 7 sixes. So he likes this attack. Can he repeat the trick? And you would say that it's panic stations, but there's a little bit of a wobble here, wickets falling, and then the added equation of the power surge and needing to still have a little bit of momentum as you go into that. Steketee into bowl, chasing a wide delivery is Billings. Signalled wide, it is, so that's one more to the total, 97 for 4.
Davis there was caught on the leg side, which is the shorter part of the ground at this end to the right-hander. The reason it looks short is because the other side is so big. And I don't think actually that leg side boundary is actually that small. It's just that the gabber is so massive that when you move to one side or the other, it looks small.
Billings on 13. I see what you're saying, as Steketee is into him, into the offside. Leaning on the ball is the England and Kent batsman. And 98 for 4, because it was up there a long time. Actually went a reasonable distance from the batter Davis. In some circumstances in this innings, we've seen short wide balls be cut to that boundary, and it has flown along quite quickly, particularly when you're heading down to the third man area. But square, it's still quite a hit to clear the rope.
Also, how the Heat have worked it is that the even numbered overs will have the big boundary on the leg side, so the last over of the innings will have the longer boundary.
Sams on strike. He's discomforted by a short ball which is up near his nostrils, and he plays it into the leg side and gets round for 1. 99 for 4. 1 ball left at the 13th over.
Obviously that theory falls down if you then bowl into a left-hander.
It does, but then you'd hope that the analysts, tacticians, statisticians in the various camps would have looked at that and looked at the probability and all these sort of things. The problem is the power that you see in some of these players, like Ben Cutting coming in down the order. Yeah, no boundary is big enough, and so regardless, there's little that you can do. Billings on 14. Again, it's a wide delivery. He chases, well stopped by Gregory in the covers. Billings misses out on, could have been signalled a wide if he'd left it alone. He chased it, took back gamble because it was full, and if he connected it was likely to run away. Well, he connected well enough, but it's a good stop from Gregory. The 100's up, 13 overs gone, 100 for 4 is the Thunder score. Sams has 1, Billings 15. Earlier on in the innings we saw Alex Hales continuing his good run of form. He hit 46 from 26, continuing that strike rate of, well, near around 175. He's had a really good tournament. Earlier on today, victory for the Melbourne Stars against the Hobart Hurricanes. 2 players falling in the 90s, or finishing in the 90s. Marcus Stoinis made 97 not out, including 7 sixes in the first innings for the Stars as they hit 183 for 6. In response, the Hobart Hurricanes fell 10 runs short with Ben McDermott, 91. A couple of stunning catches from Andre Fletcher in there. Mujeeb's final over. He's bowling to Billings. He's tucking the ball into the leg side. Gets a single. Sams will be on strike for the second ball of the over. 101 for 4. And so another victory for the Melbourne Stars, which sees them moving into 4th position, with the Hobart Hurricanes 1 ahead of them, having played a match more. Sam scratching around at the crease. It's a slip in place. Mujeeb is having a little conversation with Lynn from a distance, and Pearson now prepares to crouch behind the stumps, all in that teal of the Brisbane heat. And he's in now, Mujeeb. Sams, flick of the wrist, clips the ball up to wide long on for a single. Billings will be on strike. It feels like with this Mujeeb over being his last, there may be just Stefan trying to get through it, and then we'll re-evaluate the batting pair.
I was actually wondering what the difference between teal and turquoise is.
Okay, you were on colours, I was on cricket.
Is teal a posh version of turquoise?
I think so, yeah. Billings is playing a reverse sweep. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Sam Billings. A reverse sweep. I think he's got 6 for that. It's a brilliant hit from Billings. And Mujeeb stands there, hands on hips, and says, well, how have you done that? Billings, low in his stance, flicks it away, and yeah, 63 metres over the ropes.
That is the shortest part of the ground, but it's still a wonderful shot. Rubber wrists, but so strong as well. Every inch the sort of modern T20 stroke. Billings on to 22 from 15, just starting to tick.
Yeah, he's starting to get a little bit of rhythm. Mujeeb's into him. And oh, there could be a run out, and Billings could be gone here. They're going to go upstairs. Michael Carberry, to my right, thinks that is the end of Sam Billings. He played it back to Mujeeb, who was quick, picked it up, threw it at the keeper Pearson, who whipped the bails off, and they're going to look upstairs. But there could be a little bit of trouble for Billings, who advanced down the track, was well out of his ground. As we look now, Billings, he thought he was going to get an easy single. Throw comes in. Billings is gone. He's out by a couple of inches.
Well, some people will remember a very, very famous run out by Roger Harper, the great West Indian all-rounder, when he ran out Graham Gooch. I think it was at Lord's, 1987-ish, I think. I can't remember, I'm too young, but some people will have seen it, have seen clips where Gooch played the ball back to Harper, and Harper had the throw back, and Gooch ended up on all fours, run out. And that was exactly the same from Mujeeb and Sam Billings. Billings down the track, playing the ball back to the bowler. He was so far down, and Mujeeb had the throw back in a flash. And even though Billings dived to make his ground, and it wasn't a direct hit, Jimmy Pearson had to take the bails off. He was still short of his ground, Billings. Absolutely brilliant. Almost a carbon copy, really, of one of the most iconic run-outs ever seen. And it's another wicket lost by the Thunder, and another little dent to their momentum.
It feels unfair that that's not gone on to Mujeeb's figures, that. Do you know what I mean? I mean, that was his wicket. He fielded off his own bowling. It was his throw. I mean, it didn't hit, but it was a throw good enough to affect the run out. But it doesn't go onto his bowling figures. 2 for 26.
Give him a half.
2.5 for 26 for Mujeeb. 108 for 5. And this is starting to become a little problematic here for the Thunder, because Billings was looking good, striking the ball nicely, but he's now departed. And he's gone in I would say, an unnecessary way, because you've got to credit the bowler, but a run out always feels a little unnecessary. Mujeeb is bowling to Cutting, who's the new man in. And a dot ball initially pushed as far as Burns in the offside. Ben Cutting playing very familiar surroundings against his former colleagues, the Brisbane Heat. The Gabba is the venue as Mujeeb is into him. Forward is Cutting. Into the leg side it goes. There's a real energy in the Brisbane Heat fielders, because they're sniffing an opportunity here. 108 for 5. We've only seen 27 runs added in the last 4 overs, so it's been quite slow going since the halfway mark of the innings, and 3 wickets have fallen as well. Mujeeb has finished with 2 for 26 from his 4, and yeah, Billings going for 22 might really see the Thunder innings just losing a little bit of energy. As you say, it's worth looking up on YouTube or wherever you can find the Roger Harper run out, because it is one of the most, it's one of those moments in cricket history. It always seems unfair that like someone's sort of broken the rules in some way, because he's sort of picked up the ball and thrown down the stumps, and that leaves you thinking, well, why doesn't everyone do that all the time? But the truth of the matter is, it requires huge dexterity, skill and athleticism to affect it. Mujeeb's shown that in this over, with Billings out of his ground and throwing at the keeper's end to affect the run out.
I want to talk darts to you in a minute.
Oh no, do you? 108 for 5. Sams is on strike. Bartlett into him. Oh, LBW shout. Umpire takes a step away and is not interested. No DRS. He will survive. 108 for 5.
And the reason I mentioned the darts is because last night in the World Championship final, Gerwyn Price and Gary Anderson, there was history between the two of them. They'd clashed before.
Okay.
And last night, Gerwyn Price, he won it at the World Championship for the first time, first Welshman to do so. And the reason I bring that up is because of Needle, and that's with Ben Cutting in mind, the former Brisbane Heat man.
Next delivery, clipped off the pads from Sams down towards long leg. And there's work for the fielder. Actually quite a long run for the man running from square leg, and so Sams will get back for the second run. 110 for 5.
And Cutting had 9 seasons with Brisbane. He was part of the team that won the BBL in 2013, but when he departed at the end of last season, he said one of the reasons was because he didn't see eye to eye with the Brisbane Heat anymore.
Sams on strike as Bartlett is in. Again, into the leg side it goes. This time a little bit squarer, so though they do get back for 2, it's a slightly more hurried 2. 112 for 5. We've got 3 balls left of this 15th over. That's interesting. And yeah, I wonder how, with, of course, crowds in Australia at the Gabba, how the crowd will react to Ben Cutting. I mean, he a long servant of the side, and played some wonderful innings and bowled effectively for them. Sams on strike. He has 6 for 5 as Bartlett's into a full delivery. Pushed out down to wide, long off for 1. 113 for 5. 2 balls left of the 15th over. I don't mind a little bit of Needle. I think that's quite a good thing. I think it adds interest.
What I'm basically saying is that Ben Cutting versus Brisbane Heat is basically the Gerwyn Price versus Gary Anderson of the BBL.
It's hold firm. 113 for 5. 2 balls left of the 15th over. At which point we'll welcome back Michael Carberry to the commentary. Bartlett is bowling to Cutting, still yet to get off the mark. He will get his first run there, though. Into the leg side it goes. 1 run is taken, so Cutting will be off strike at the end of this over. I wonder if we're going to see the power surge at the end of this over, because we have seen teams in this tournament leave it a little bit late, and then there are too many wickets down to take full advantage because the men coming in just aren't capable hitters. Cutting, Sams, those are 2 that you'd think are certainly able to take advantage. Sams on strike on 7. Into the leg side, and he's going to get runs. It's Chris Lynn who's been, they're trying to hide him in the field. He's at short fine leg, and he takes a slightly sort of geriatric tumble as the ball flies past him down to the fine leg boundary. And the score is 118 for 5. 15 overs gone. Sams on 11, Cutting on 1. As we say hello again to Michael Carberry. Carbs, at what point are you taking this power surge? I'm going to leave you alongside Stefan Schemmel.
Yeah, I think these are certainly the 2 men you want to utilise it. So I thought, if not this over, certainly the next one, it's got to be an option for the Thunder, who've sort of stuttered along, really. They've lost a lot of their key wickets. Sam Billings, the latest, was going along quite nicely, unfortunately, due to, you say, brilliant piece of fielding from the bowler. But they just haven't really got going that middle order. Oliver Davis, a bit of a disappointing dismissal, really, holding out at deep square leg. They just lack that partnership, really, in the middle order.
Well, I mentioned some Needle between Ben Cutting and the Brisbane Heat. After Mark Steckety dismissed Oliver Davis, Sam Billings was having a little word with the bowler as well. Don't know what Steckety had done to upset Sam Billings. Anyway, it's Jack Wildermuth bowling to Ben Cutting, who's angled the ball towards short third man. There's a misfield. through for the single? There was certainly some excitement. They have 119 for 5. Mujib Ur-Rahman, the man who can't pick up the ball cleanly. I think there may have been a run-out opportunity had he done so. No power surge, that's the important thing to note at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit surprising at that, seeing that Samson cutting it now at the crease. You would have thought that just to give this inning some impetus and some injection of pace, you thought that you want these two guys to take it.
Wildermuth in the Brisbane night, bowls to Sams, pulls the ball out towards deep square leg, that big leg side boundary. Fielders converge from the rope, one taken, 120 for 5. Warm evening in Brisbane. It's all short sleeves, not a sweater in sight. Floodlights beating down. Wildermuth, the dark-haired bowler, is casting a shadow in 4 directions as he turns now. He's got a white towel in the back of his teal trousers, bowls outside the off stump to Cutting, slower ball. Cutting angles it towards short third man, where Mujib, man who's very much in the action at the moment, doesn't look too happy about it either, dives, and there's a single. 1-2-1 for 5, 3 deliveries of the 16th over gone.
Yeah, Cutting just trying to deflect it, trying to use the pace, and good work from Mujib on that sort of short third man. Can be quite a key position there at the Gabba. This is quite short boundary on the offside today for the right-handers.
Daniel Sams, lime green Sydney Thunder kit, dark green or black pads. That's a bounce that's hit Sams. I think it might have just got him on the side of the head. He nods to say he's okay, but he's removing his helmet, and we'll have a break and play here at the moment. Well, Sams gets checked out and maybe has to remove his or to exchange his helmet. Jimmy Pearson, the wicketkeeper, comes up and gives him a tap on the arm. Sams gives another nod of the head to say, yes, I'm okay. That's a nasty blow. He's through the pull shot. The ball's gone over his bat, and as Sams has turned, it's rattled him just on the side of the grill, around about the cheek or just underneath the eye. Excellent bouncer, actually, from Wildermuth.
Absolute peach of a bouncer. I was just about to... You took the words right out of my mouth. It was an absolute peach of a bouncer, right on the money. Bowlers always talk about, utilising a bouncer. It stops these batsmen getting on the front foot. Sam's obviously wanting to press forward to try and pull the ball off length, and the ball just getting a little bit big on him and clocking him inside the head. I hope he's okay. Seems to be okay. Just going through the sort of precautionary... believe concussion testing that they have to go through now as part of the Big Bash ruling, but good to see he's in good health.
Michael, given the Ashes series that you played in, you're probably better qualified than most to describe what it's like facing short pitch bowling in Australia, but one of the impressions that you get from watching is that on those sort of harder, bouncier surfaces, whereas maybe in England where the pitches aren't quite as hard, a bouncer, I don't know, when it hits the pitch, maybe some of the momentum is sucked out of it, but in Australia it seems to skid and almost gather pace off the pitch. Is that fair comment?
Yeah, it kind of depends where you're batting. I think places like the WACA and certainly Brisbane, as I said, are probably the 2 quickest surfaces in Australia. But what I liked about batting on Australia is when guys dug the ball in short, you could have that ultimate trust knowing that the ball was going to come off at you at pace, and I was a sort of natural puller and cutter of the ball, so that's what you're looking for. When it's a little bit tough, it can be a little bit tougher in England, where obviously you get what we call a little bit tennis ball bounce, or sort of wickets that are a little bit too paced. You don't know sometimes whether to duck or to try and take it on, and it's hard to know what height and pace the ball is coming off at times. That's where going to Australia as a young player, it really develops your back foot. You're cutting, you're pulling.
Sams is okay. He's facing up to Wildermuth, who instead of going with the 1-2 follows it up with a slower ball. Sams quite eager to get off strike, actually, pushes up to mid-off and hairs down the track for the single. 1-2-2 for 5 with 1 delivery of the 16th over remaining. Sams has 13 from 10, Cutting 3 from 5. The Thunder will be doubly relieved that Sams is okay, not just from the health of one of their teammates, but also because he's such a key component of their bowling attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, just to further the point, I think the key to it is to keep your eyes on the ball at all times.
Wildermuth to complete the over. That's a short delivery that Cutting tries to cut. It's gathered pace and it's gone over the top edge of his bat, not called wide. I don't know if Cutting was asking for it, but Wildermuth's had a word with him as well. Now Chris Lynn's getting involved. Definitely some chat out there amongst the two sets of players. Sydney Thunder 1-2-2 for 5 after 16. Cutting's just made a gesture towards the dressing room. The what would you call it, Michael? The power surge signal, where he's moved his hand in a circle above his right shoulder. So I think that's probably coming very soon.
And I think that's the right decision to make, really. You don't want to leave it too late, and you want to utilise someone like Ben Cutting while he's at the crease, as well as Daniel Sams, who's made a little bit of a start, 13 off 10. You feel now that this is the time now for Thunder to really sort of post something, you say, competitive. If they can have a good power surge, he's utilise these 2 overs with the field up. But yeah, it does appear to be a little bit of needle out there among Cutting and a few of the Brisbane. I believe some comments were made at the beginning of the tournament. Ben Cutting sort of referring to his to him leaving the franchise. He wasn't too happy with certain things going on, and obviously you've got the stalwart Chris Lynn, who's a Brisbane man through and through, didn't take too kindly. So I think it's going to be interesting tournament.
It is the power surge. 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Steckety bowls, full toss, but Daniel Sams gets in a real tangle, actually. I don't know if he was trying to play it through the offside. It was well wide of the off stump. It eventually ended up at deep mid-wicket. 1 taken, 123 for 5. Yeah, Chris Lynn and Ben Cutting, 2 survivors of Brisbane Heat's 2013 championship winning season. As Michael alluded to, Ben Cutting did make some comments about the Heat as he left after 9 seasons there and joined Sydney Thunder for this year's campaign. Steckety in again, another full toss that Cutting sweeps or pulls really down on one knee out towards Joe Denley at deep mid wicket. Single taken, 124 for 5, the Sydney Thunder. They won the bat flip and elected to bat. They've lost Usman Khawaja for naught. Alex Hales 46 from 26, another excellent knock from the Englishman. Callum Ferguson, the captain, 35. Sam Billings, 22, and Oliver Davis, a duck. Daniel Sams on strike with 14 from 11. Cutting has 4 at the non-strikers end. Sams leans back. That is a magnificent swing of the bat towards extra cover. I think in the end it was a 1 bounce 4, but that is the longest part of the ground. In any other situation, I think that would be a maximum. What a magnificent strike by Daniel Sams, 128 for 5.
That is a glorious shot over a sort of an extra cover sort of region, just sat deep in the crease. Steckety just getting a little bit full, just full swing of the arms. And you think on any other ground that would have been miles over the boundary ropes, but unfortunately here, yeah, just in the slot, timed that beautifully.
Steckety again. Sams picked this up off his toes, another brilliantly timed shot for 6. Steckety was looking for the Yorker, looking for the block hole, looking for the boots of the batsman, but he missed his mark, and Sams, with a flick of the wrist, has whipped this over the square leg boundary for a maximum. 134 for 5. Wow, the power surge taking effect.
Wow, what a talent this man is, Daniel Sams. He just literally flicked that, and you'd say the bowler just missed his length by inches. And this, as I say, it's a game of small margins, this 2020.
That was Viv Richards. Steckety's round the wicket now to Sams. This time he does nail the Yorker outside the off stump and does the fielding off his own bowling. Dot ball, 134 for 5. Steckety has gone to the plan of round the wicket as full as he can, because with only 3 fielders outside the ring, bowlers are looking to shut off one part of the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I think trying to make the batsman hit to that slightly longer side on the leg side. Steckety sort of coming round the wicket. I would imagine now trying to aim at the heel of the batsman, but he's got to be careful. He's got to make sure he hits his length, otherwise he will disappear over that leg side. 2
boundary fielders are on the leg side. 5 men saving 1 in the 30-yard ring. Daniel Sams has backed off as Steckety has hurried in. The umpire's called dead ball. There's boos inside the gabba. Batsman and bowler take a long look at each other. It's a good atmosphere, isn't this, Michael? It's excellent for the neutral.
Absolutely. As I said, it's like playing cricket in an amphitheatre when you play at the Gabba. It's a very imposing ground. The crowd do get behind their own, being the Brisbane Heat. They're giving Sydney Thunder no love at all.
Steckety again then, round the wicket, final delivery of the 17th over, outside the off stump, that's going to be 4 more. Sams has played this one off his knees. I say it's going to be 4, there's actually a chase from the fielders and they've just about won it. I thought that was going to go to the boundary, but because Daniel Sams ended up playing that shot with both knees on the floor, he probably didn't quite get the power he would have wanted. So in the end, 3 to complete the over. The Sydney Thunder end the 17th on 134 for 7, but that was a profitable first over of the power surge, 15 from it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Sydney Thunder will have enjoyed that. They certainly needed to get this innings up and running. They've, let's say, had a little bit of a stutter in the middle. No one really got going. People got in, got out, but these two have really capitalised, especially Daniel Sams, who's really picked up his run rate in that over. What a lovely shot over the leg side that was. Love the leg side flick. And say Viv Richard-esque. I'm sure the great man would be very pleased with that.
137 for 5, Sams 27 from 15, cutting 4 from 7. The last 3 overs have yielded 29 runs, of which 15 came from the 17th, the first over of the power surge. We'll have another power surge over now, which is going to be entrusted to Lewis Gregory, who will only be afforded 2 men outside the 30-yard circle. Daniel Sams waits. He's got sweat covering both of his massive arms. He's got a big lad, isn't he? He's got the bat leaning over his right shoulder. He looks like he looks like a lumberjack holding an axe about to attack a tree.
He's certainly packed on some muscle since the last time I saw him, Daniel Sams. He looks like he's been hitting the gym.
5 fielders saving 1 on the offside. The 2 boundary riders are out on the leg side. Sams gives himself some room and swats this high over mid-off for 6. That is an extraordinary stroke, almost like a tennis forehand. Too short from Lewis Gregory really, but Sams gave himself room and swatted it over wide long off for 6. 143 for 5.
I think that's Come Fly With Me. What a shot that is. That just belted. He just stood still really, just went on the bounce and just like you say, almost a tennis forehand type shot. Very strong man.
We talked about how big Daniel Sams is, and at the moment it looks like the big kid playing against all the little boys. The way he's able to hit the ball almost any stroke anywhere he wants to. Lewis Gregory tries again towards Sams. This time hammered down the ground. I think it's going to be 4 more. A drive straight of the mid-off fielder, who could only trot back towards a boundary and retrieve the ball. It was aerial for a moment, but it skipped away to the rope. Sams has 37 from 17, 147 for 5, Sydney Thunder.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this ploy from Lewis Gregory, coming round the wicket, almost coming into the hitting arc of someone like Daniel Sams. I think Lewis Gregory, he's got some good skills, maybe coming over and trying to go sort of wide line, trying to stay out of that hitting arc.
Gregory again round the wicket. It's short. Top edge from Sams. This has gone straight up. Wicket-keeper and third man converge. It's taken by Mujib Ur-Rahman backing up outside the ring at short third man. Daniel Sams, excellent cameo ends. He's gone for 37 from 18 balls. Valuable wicket for the Brisbane Heat. Sydney Thunder at 147 for 6. The ploy of bowling round the wicket eventually does work, Michael Carberry, but it was risky, wasn't it, with 5 fielders up in the ring on the offside?
Yeah, but it was a good directed bouncer, I think. With the angle, it just tucked Daniel Sams up for room. Good ploy as well, having been struck on the head earlier, for Lewis Gregory to have the presence of mind to test him out again. And coming up trumps, and that was good enough from Daniel Sams. I think he can be pleased with that knock. He's given the Thunder a platform to launch from in these last few overs.
Well, Chris Green, the new batsman, he's a bit of an assault on the eyes really as he walks to the crease. Lime green kit, dark pads, they're either dark green or they're black, and then some bright blue boots.
I know.
White gloves as well.
It's just wrong, isn't it, mate?
He looks like an artist's. You see, like a painter when they've got the paints on. I don't know what you call it. The easel is what you would paint on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like the platter with the paint on it, all mixed together. That is what Chris Green is at the moment. He's at the non-strikers end. Ben
They
Cutting
say
on
art is
strike.
subjective, don't they, Stefan? So, you know.
What do you make of that?
They say art is subjective, my friend. So
I'm not sure. I know what I like. Gregory to Cutting. Glorious lofted stroke down the ground for 6. While Cutting picks up where Sam's left off. Gregory was again round the wicket. It's predictable, really, that Gregory's banging the ball in halfway down, and Cutting, the former Brisbane Heat man, leant back and imperiously lofted this straight for 6. 153 for 6.
yeah, Ben Cutting, great levers, big man. Yeah, he knows this ground very well, knows the angles, he knows anything pitched up. He's gonna look to get those hands back through the line, hit it back over Lewis Gregory's head. You know, I don't think it's a bad ploy from Lewis Gregory to try and use that short ball again. Trying to get these Thunder batsmen to hit into that bigger leg side. Can't come up in the arc though.
Is it the line that's the problem here, Michael? When he's bowling it around the wicket, the batsmen are able to give themselves room. Those leg side fielders are almost redundant. Here comes Gregory round the wicket once more. Again, it's wide of the off stump, but driven straight up to mid-off, and there's no run. 153 for 6.
I think it is when he pitches it up, you see, because we're coming round the wicket. He's almost coming into that what we call the slot zone or the wheelhouse, whatever you want to call it. For someone like Cutting, who's very strong of a sort of straight down the ground over sort of long on, long off, deep mid-wicket sort of area.
Power surge has yielded 29 runs. Gregory with the final ball, full toss on leg stump, whipped away. This is going to be 4 more. Past the square leg fielder in the ring. Another poor delivery from Gregory, which has allowed Cutting to find the gap behind square on the leg side. 157 for 6, the Thunder. They've taken 35 from the power surge, and Gregory has bowled 3 overs, figures of 1 for 34. Cutting 14 off 10. Green yet to face a delivery. Have I been harsh there, Michael? Is the bowler on a bit of a hide into nothing in the power surge?
No, not really. I think it was just not executing the right ball to the right field. I mean, I know it's a ploy bowlers use, coming round the wicket to try and hit the batsman's heel to tuck him up, but in that case you can't bring up the square leg, because if you get it wrong, as you saw, it's just an easy pick up. If you are going to pitch the ball up, you've generally got to try and be probably a little bit wider, or you have to hit the heel, which is why I think coming over gives you the option of both. You know, you can go wide line, stay out of the batsman's hitting zone, and still target the stumps. So I think you still give yourself a chance both ways. But coming round, it can be a little bit disconcerting for some bowlers.
That's the voice of Michael Carberry, former England opener and Big Bash winner with Perth Scorchers in 2015. My name is Stefan Schemmelt. There's 2 overs of the Sydney Thunder innings left. Jack Wildermuth bowls to Chris Green, who slashes behind square on the offside. Sydney Thunder get through for a single. They're 158 for 6. The Thunder, who started this match against the Brisbane Heat at the Gabba in 2nd place, they'll go top of the Big Bash League if they win. This time tomorrow, Melbourne Renegades versus Adelaide Strikers on 5 Live Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sounds app. Wednesday night, 11:30, 3rd test between Australia and India. Full coverage of that. As Wildermuth bowls to Ben Cutting, who's launching into the Brisbane night. There's 2 fielders underneath it, but they can only watch as it drops over the wide long on boundary for another 6. Sydney Thunder 164 for 6. Cutting, against his former team, has 20 from 11.
Yeah, Ben Cutting will be enjoying this. There's the opportunity to give it back to the Brisbane Heat bowlers who've been giving him some stick out there. And this is what he's made his name on in this format of the game. Held the post for him as well. Beautiful shot.
He's having a good time, isn't he, Cutting? That went miles into the air. It didn't go so far over the rope, but had a lot of hang time in the dark Brisbane night sky. Wildermuth tries again. He has 0 for 24 from 3.2. Cutting pulls powerfully, but he chastises himself with a grunt, because that was a shorter, slower delivery that he was on to, but he could only find the deep mid-wicket fielder. 1 taken, 165 for 6. 9 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, he feels he just missed out there. It was the perfect length to tug it again over that leg side boundary, and that's his sort of zone, isn't it, Ben Cutting? He gets deep in the crease, looks for anything sort of length, pitched up, to sort of drag over that leg side boundary.
Chris Green, assault on the eyes, waits for Wildermuth. This has gone high in the air, it's straight out towards long off, where it's taken. Excellent diving catch by the long off field. I think it's Joe Burns who's come in, dived forward and taken that one on his knees. Chris Green looking to hit the ball down the ground, didn't get the distance, and Joe Burns has come in and taken it about 20 yards, 15 yards in from the rope. So Chris Green goes for 1, Sydney Thunder 165 for 7 with 8 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, I felt, I mean, a little bit unnecessary from Chris Green. I think with Ben Cutting going so well, and 2 balls left of the over, maybe the option to just push a 1, get Ben Cutting back on strike to again utilise as much of these final overs as possible. But you know, he saw the ball up there, fair enough. You've got to try and score some runs, push that score up. Obviously, they feel this is a good batting wicket, and they're going to need probably all of 180, somewhere around that 175, 180 mark.
Yeah, Green could have taken the option of just giving the strike to Ben Cutting. Cutting will have the strike because the batsman crossed. It's Nathan McAndrew, the new man at the non-striker's end, mercifully wearing white boots and nothing garish.
This is more you, isn't it? Yeah, this is more me and you, isn't it? The classic look.
I don't mind a coloured boot as long as it matches your kit. Blue boots with a lime green kit is a massive fashion crime.
Yeah, it is.
Wildermuth has 1 for 25. He's got 2 deliveries of his 4-over spell remaining. He stomps into Ben Cutting, who has smashed this with a glorious strike, but only found the man at deep extra cover or deep point. Dive, catch dropped. It went miles into the air. The fielder out there, I don't know really what he's doing. It looked like he was skating almost. Didn't quite get his feet right. Eventually, it was a bit of a flop towards the ball. Never really looked like taking the catch. I think they've come back for a couple. 167 for 6. Who's that out there? James Baisley.
Yeah.
Wildermuth is furious at the attempt.
Yeah, it wasn't a great attempt there. I think the old night sky done him in. There's not a lot of depth perception when the white ball goes up.
Wildermuth's final ball, Cutting, jams down on a Yorker, gets it up towards long off for a single. So after 19, Sydney Thunder 168 for 7, Cutting 24 from 14, McAndrew yet to face a delivery. I don't know if Wildermuth just had another little word with Ben Cutting there, or if he's just frustrated at the effort from James Baisley out there on the offside fence. Either way, Wildermuth takes his cap with figures of 1 for 28. Again, he's been economical. Excellent stuff from the Brisbane Heat seamer. With 1 over remaining, Thunder 168 for 7. From the last 3, they're 46 for 2.
Yeah, they've come back into this well. Ben Cutting again, the man of the moment. As I say, he knows his ground very well. He knows the angles, knows this attack very well. You'd say they haven't really adjusted very well, the Brisbane Heat. I don't think they've executed their death bowling very well and backed up with some poor fielding. I mean, that's really wasn't a great effort. He got nowhere near the ball, and there was almost like a last-ditch effort dive. This first rule of fielding under the night sky, you've got to get your head right under the ball because you don't have the clouds to sort of help you judge where the ball is at times.
Mark Steckety to bowl the final over. He's round the wicket, full toss, Cutting, heaving out towards deep mid-wicket, and is taken this time. He was hitting towards the longest part of the ground, Ben Cutting, and even though it was a shin-high, knee-high full toss from Mark Steckety, that's not a bad delivery at this stage of the innings, especially when you've got your field set in the right place. No timing from Cutting, and he finds the fielder at deep mid-wicket. His cameo, or his excellent knock of 24 from 15 deliveries is over. The Thunder are 168 for 8 with 5 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, who would have thought the shin-high full toss works a treat? Again, you could say good bowling to the field. You using these big dimensions on the leg side and even someone as big a hitter as Ben Cutting wasn't quite able to get the timing right and hold out. But great cameo. He's given the Thunder a real chance now to get something competitive to bowl at.
That was your domain in the short form, wasn't it, Michael? Patrolling the boundaries.
It sure was, mate. It sure was. I started my career about 6'3". I ended up about 5'8", but doing so much fielding out there.
Adam Milne, the New Zealand pace bowler, is the new batsman. He'll be at the non-strikers end. So not an ideal situation for the Thunder, really. 2 batsmen yet to face a ball with 5 deliveries of the innings remaining. It's been all action, actually, these 19 overs and 1 ball.
I think this is posed for a very, very good game. So you just sense there's a few little subplots within subplots in this game.
Steketee round the wicket again. Excellent figures of 2 for 28. Bowling to Nathan McAndrew. Full ball that McAndrew drives down the ground. There'll be work for the long off fielder to do. They come back for a couple, so the score moves on to 170 for 8. I think you're right, Michael. There's lots going on. Not only Sydney Thunder chasing top spot, Brisbane Heat looking to climb the table. There's the whole Ben Cutting subplot. Is Chris Lynn fit?
Yeah. It's almost been the Christmas season of the comeback, hasn't it?
Steketee starts on his way, but McAndrew steps away, so Steketee will have to go back and try again. Don't forget, in the Brisbane Heat chase, we'll also see Joe Denley and Lewis Gregory.
Yes. Be exciting to watch Joe Denley go off on this pitch.
The Sydney Thunder have got young leg spinner Tanvir Sangha as well in their attack. All sorts going on. Steketee round the wicket, slower ball that's completely befuddled McAndrew. Goes through to the wicketkeeper for a dot ball. 170 for 8 with 3 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, good mixing from Steketee. The shorter ball, slower bumper into the pitch. McAndrew a little bit early through the shot, as he can forgive him. He's not accustomed to coming in at this stage in the innings.
Steketee to McAndrew. This time he does make contact. Almost a tennis serve, reaching for the ball to get it. A short ball behind square on the leg side for a single. 171 for 8, 2 deliveries remaining. Adam Milne about to face his first delivery in the wonderful, imposing Gabba. One of the interesting features of the Gabba, that the seats are all different colours. They're green, and then they're the Queensland gold and maroon. So it sometimes gives the impression that an empty seat is actually taken by a spectator because the colours are all different. There are spectators inside the ground as Steketee bowls to Milne, who gives himself room and angles into the offside for a single. So with 1 delivery remaining, the Thunder are 172 for 8. Pretty decent crowd, actually. Most of the spectators are in the bottom tier, but there probably weren't too many empty seats when you played there for England, was there?
Certainly wasn't. 60 odd thousand in. But what I love about the Aussie grounds is it's almost like the gladiatorial tunnel walk into the ground.
Last ball from Steketee, low full toss. McAndrew almost swings himself off his feet, but there's no timing. It doesn't, well, nowhere near reaches the outside or the edge of the 30-yard circle, but because there's no fielder saving one, Steketee goes to do the fielding off his own bowling, makes a hash of the slide and the pickup, so they get back for 2. At the end of all that, the Sydney Thunder have posted 174 for 8. That is what they'll have to defend if they want to go top of the Big Bash League. Brisbane Heat, the home side, need 175 if they are to record their 3rd victory. And Michael Carberry, you've already said you think this is set up for some game, don't you?
Yeah, I do. You just feel that there's something bubbling there under the surface there. I think Brisbane Heat would have been buoyed by their previous victory. They feel like their campaign is probably just starting to get off and running. Thunder maybe a little bit disappointed. I think maybe feel they're maybe 10-15 runs short, but you won't know until both sides have batted on it, especially with the start they had with Alex Hales going off brilliant, 46 from 26 balls, but sort of stuttered in the middle, really didn't really get going. But I thought the sort of middle overs from the Brisbane Heat were excellent. Mujeeb bowled nicely, as he's done through the tournament. 2 for 26 was vital. Steketee picking up a few wickets as well. So I mean, if again Brisbane Heat, they know their conditions well, if they can get a good start, I think this will be a decent run chase.
Thank you, Michael. The voice of Michael Carberry, former England opener and Big Bash winner with the Perth Scorchers in 2015. Sydney Thunder, having won the bat flip at the Gabba against the Brisbane Heat, have batted first. They've posted 174 for 8. Usman Khawaja without scoring, gone second ball of the innings. Alex Hales continued his fine form with 46 from 26. Callum Ferguson 35, Sam Billings, the England batsman, 22 from 16. Oliver Davis didn't trouble the scorers. Daniel Sams, quite wonderful hitting in his 37 from 18 balls. Ben Cutting, bit of needle for the former Brisbane Heat man, 24 from 15. Chris Green 1. Nathan McAndrew 5 not out. Adam Milne 1 not out. The bowlers, Xavier Bartlett 1 for 29 from 3. Jack Wildermuth 1 for 28 from his 4. Economical, as was the off-spinner Mujibu Ur-Rahman 2 for 26 from 4. Mark Steckety 2 for 34 from 4 overs. Lewis Gregory, the Somerset all-rounder, 1 for 34. Matthew Koonman bowled 1 over the left-arm spinner before being subbed off for the returning Brisbane Heat captain Chris Lynn. No wicket for 11, and James Baisley no wicket for 12. Brisbane Heat will chase 175 to beat the Sydney Thunder. That will be in a few minutes' time. Before then, we are going to hear from Al Murray. We're going back to the Ageas Bowl in 2014, where England were playing India in a test match that saw centuries for Ian Bell and Gary Ballance and 6 wickets in the second innings for Moeen Ali. In the commentary box, the test match special team welcomed one of Britain's best-loved comedians, the pub landlord himself, Al Murray. Winner of the Perrier Award at the Edinburgh Festival and star of the stage and screen across the world, Al was a little wary to show his face at the test match, having been the entertainment at the dinner for England ahead of their disastrous Ashes tour the previous winter.
Well, I'll put my hand up right now. It was I. I gave in the style of the pub landlord. I gave the England team an inspirational speech.
You did it that way, right? Okay.
Yeah.
At Lord's?
At Lord's at the PCA dinner, and saw them on their way and put them on the steamship, wherever they get there these days. Yeah. And sadly, from then on, disaster. So it's not Alistair Cook. It is I. I'm happy to put my hand up. At least someone around here is prepared to take
high time, I would say. Did they enjoy it? Did it go down well?
They seem to all laugh in the right places and everything. And yes. I did a sort of briefing document. Well, the pub landlord did rather. The pub landlord gave them a briefing on how to behave in Australia and what to expect from Australians, and and how the Australian was a weak figure who would crumble under pressure. And I seem to have got that the wrong way round.
Right, my confidence was quite high then too. So it was quite a cheerful do, wasn't it?
It was a fantastically cheerful do, and the spirits were high, and you know, and the new faces in the team as well, going out on the bigger squad, and it looked very exciting. We were full of the prospects of the summer maybe repeating itself, and everyone admitting that there'd been a couple of tough test matches over the summer, but we were out to Australia to do our damnedest, and it's my fault. Yeah, in fact, I took the wheels off. I undid the nuts on the wheels. The wheels came off because of me, and that's what we need, is someone to take responsibility. And I'm happy to do it, Angus.
Yeah. It must have been as a cricket lover, though.
Yeah,
I mean, a big gig for you. When you go out there, you play all these audiences all the time, at theatres, but actually you get a bit out of your comfort zone. You do something like this.
Oh, good Lord, it's so nerve-wracking.
Yes.
And the other thing is. Swanee spoke at that thing as well, at that same lunch, and so you've got the view from the dressing room, and he's a very confident speaker.
Indeed.
And you do feel like an interloper. You feel like the sort of you're a fan of the thing, but then you come in and try and crack jokes, and maybe you've got them slightly wrong, and maybe there was one about Kevin Peterson's BlackBerry that didn't go as well as I expected it to. And,
did you get one then?
Yeah, of course I did.
Oh, right.
You can't. The thing is you're in that situation. There's absolutely no way you don't address that.
Yeah.
But it went to that one. That one didn't neither bounce nor span. Put it that way. No.
I'd have thought other people might quite have laughed at it.
Well,
depending on what you said, of course.
Then, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something to do with messages on a BlackBerry.
Yes.
And the simple thing is there is that business of people being seen to laugh at that joke, but maybe they want to, and they can't show that they're finding that funny at the moment, because that's still to be dealt with. And of course KP was there, so
yes.
I
suppose we admire for taking it on, that particular topic.
Yeah. But it's there. The thing is you can't as a comic, when you're in that situation, you can't pretend that didn't happen. You can't ignore it. You've got to go in and at least try and address it. If you get it wrong, so what?
Yes.
So be it. At least you had to go.
It's quite a good example, though, of comedy actually being funny when it's at someone else.
Oh yeah.
But actually, when it's you, it's pretty raw, can't it?
Well, yes, exactly. And there is that business of when you say it when the guy's in the room, it takes on a different text.
Yes, you're not even having to go to a politician who isn't anywhere near you.
And he's a lot bigger than me. KP. There was the thing. We were talking about this earlier because I brought my daughter and it's her first test match, and
yes,
I'm getting, and she's
perfect name, Willow. What a lovely name.
Exactly spot on, and she's being properly indoctrinated now and learning the ways of Test cricket and all this sort of thing. And she said it earlier on. She said, "It's nice, isn't it? 'Cause it's nice and slow, and I don't have to concentrate the whole time, and I can take it as it comes."
But it is beautiful, and this is part of the game. I mean, what's your cricketing background?
Well, I went to Bedford School, which is, of course, where Alistair Cook came from.
Just a year or two before him, possibly
a decade or two before him, and I really wanted. I love summer sports. Rugby. I can appreciate rugby now. I don't have to play it, but it never held much appeal. Essentially, that business of fighting over a ball.
No.
While and we had a very angry Welshman who stood on the try line shouting at us. So, it's the summer sports for me, and I love playing tennis. I love watching tennis. I love cricket. But when I was at school, it was a very sporty school. If you didn't show immediate ability, you never got in a net. So we played a lot of that kind of cricket where you have a box with the pads and the bats and the stumps in it that you drag around and take turns to carry, and someone would score. And we played that kind of cricket. And I fancied myself as a batsman and a bit of a spin bowler, but never really displayed the required or requisite talent to receive any coaching.
None at all.
No, none
That's
at
a bit
all.
sad. There must have been a third or fourth 11.
Well, no, I think there was a fifth 11. We had a music teacher who used to umpire the cricket, and I remember umpire cricket frequently, and he was a real cricket fan. And I remember one time bowling an over where the third, I got a hat trick, but the third ball was such a ludicrous delivery, he disallowed the wicket. And then I thought, well, this is no good. That's
not fair.
Well, of course it's not fair, but is life fair, Agus? I mean, there was no DRS at this point. There was a music teacher.
The only way he could have disallowed it was if you bowled a no ball, because you can get out of a wide, and if you hit it, it's not a wide.
Yeah, I know.
You were robbed.
I was robbed. I was robbed probably of a promising start, and there you go.
That was the moment.
Exactly, that was the moment, and it was my dream. My tiny dream was crushed, and in there.
That's quite sad, actually.
It's really sad.
Oh dear. So have you lived in Alistair Cook's footsteps ever since then? Have you been aware of him?
Well,
I guess.
I'm entirely aware of him because the other thing is that I grew up in a village called Stukely, which is where Alistair Cook is from.
Indeed.
Or is settled, and it's a source of enormous relief, because until his cricketing career blossomed and he became Stukely's favoured son, it was me having to do fundraisers at the village hall and being pestered in the pub.
Hoping the village fate.
Yeah. Well, I've done 2 fundraising gigs in the village hall to raise money for the village hall, and now I don't have to do any of that anymore. And I can go see my parents without without the nudging and the pointing. Yeah. It's quite nice. So thank God for Alistair Cook.
Yeah. He does like village. I mean, you're a village life person, presumably, are you?
Well, no, I moved into the city now, and because that's where the comedy clubs were when I wanted to start out. Sure. So I'm a London guy now. But yeah, he's taken a lot of heat off me there. So just as I'm prepared to take responsibility for the recent run of form, he can help me out in Stukely.
If you've only played cricket to a humble level, what is it about the game now that
the drama, the drama. These guys stood at the crease are gladiators. There's people hurling balls at them with potential lethal force. They're living right on the edge of their nerves. They're athletic. They're living on their reflexes. It's the most fantastic, vital sport. And I get into this terrible thing where people go, cricket's boring. And you think, all right, then let someone throw a ball at 84 miles an hour at you, and you flick it away with your wrists past third man, and come on then, let's see it. And the sheer athleticism and the focus and the concentration. I mean, if you're in all day, what does that require of someone's effort and their concentration and their skills and their,
exactly. And they come out next day and keep going.
Shutting out, have I paid that gas bill and all the other, all that other chatter in your brain, and I think it's the most extraordinary thing and beautiful. And when you see, and the other thing I love about cricket is its peculiar blend of the individual and the team, and that football. I thought what was really interesting in the World Cup is we had a lot of commentary about individual players and teams marked by their individual star players.
Yeah.
And then the Germans fielded a team and won the thing,
yes,
rather than a team built around a star player.
Sure.
And cricket does that peculiar fluctuation between the team operating as a functioning organism and then a very individual thing too. So bowlers can be extremely individual and batsmen can be extremely individual. And I find that absolutely fascinating.
Yeah.
And there's an element of duelling as well, as the ball comes down, it's like guys with pistols facing each other off, and I think it's
a sport within a sport, actually, isn't it? And all the subplots, that's what makes it such an interesting.
And it goes on all day. And if you're a writer trying to put off actually having to write anything, like I am very often in the run-up to the Edinburgh Festival, the test matches you could decide not to write today. I'll think, this session's good.
Al Murray chatting to Jonathan Agnew from an interview way back in 2014. Lovely hearing from Al Murray in that interview, and it's one that's available as part of our 40 from 40 series on BBC Sounds, listening to some of the great view from the boundary interviews of yesteryear. Last year saw the anniversary of the first ever interview with the playwright Ben Travers. That's one of those that's available, and he remembers seeing W.G. Grace, all sorts of names and memories from down the years that you can listen to via BBC Sounds. Just subscribe to the TMS podcast. You'll also find there the TMS preview of 2021 as well as our review of 2020, where the Test Match Special team give their thoughts on what has been a remarkable 12 months in cricket and also look ahead to what might be to come. So have a listen to that on BBC Sounds. And keep an eye on what's to come as well to make sure you miss nothing from Test Match Special. Just subscribe to the podcast. Well, here on 5 Live Sports Extra, we've got an interesting game on our hands because the Sydney Thunder have hit 174 for 8 from their 20 overs against a Brisbane Heat side looking for just their third victory of the season, but boosted by an X-Factor substitution. Halfway through the first innings, Chris Lynn back in the side after a long absence through injury, and potentially the man that can shift things for the Brisbane Heat because he has power, he has form. This sort of situation is built for him. He loves the challenge, he loves the gabba. And Michael Carberry, former England batsman and BBL winner, he's a sort of person that in this circumstance with a crowd behind him as he walks out to the middle now alongside Max Bryant, will relish this opportunity to be back out there.
Absolutely. He's as a big stage player, and this is the big stage. He will love this. He will love this battle, I think, knowing that his old buddy Ben Cutton is in the opposition. As I say, there's been a little bit of needle between the two in the press, and I'm sure he'll want to put on a show tonight.
Yeah. He came on as an X-Factor sub. We sort of thought he was going to, as soon as he was listed as one of the substitute opportunities for the Brisbane Heat, and it kind of worked well for them as well, because with the Thunder batting first, you could bring him on after 10 overs and he would only have to field for half of the innings and then would have the chance to come and bat as well. So alongside Bryant, this is a dangerous opening partnership. Bryant, who played nicely, an important role in the last match for the Heat as they won a game that has just given them a little bit more momentum. You sense if this partnership can get going, the crowd can get behind them, and the little bit of needle, as you say, that we've seen in this match so far could be a really interesting run chase, this.
Yeah, I think so. I think Brisbane Heat will fancy their chances if they bat well on this surface. Remember, it did offer a little bit of extra bounce if you were brave enough just to try and bowl that sort of back of a length as a bowler. There was a little bit of swing early on, so it'd be something to early on for the Brisbane Heat batsmen just to negotiate. But yeah, you're right. I think if they can see off the early threat and these two get a partnership going, I think personally Thunder will feel maybe they're 10-15 runs short on this wicket. It looked a belt of a batting wicket, so Brisbane Heat will fancy their chances, I feel.
Yeah, Alex Hales made 46 from 26, including 3 sixes and 3 fours. He was the top scorer for The Sydney Thunder, Sam Billings, I should say, made 22 from 16, but it is the Heat. And their batsman we're focusing on now as McAndrew is into Bryant to start the innings, driven through the offside. Lovely timing. There's a chase for Davis, who's sprinting for all his worth to try and haul the ball in. He does so 5 yards or so inside the boundary. But the Brisbane Heat up and running with 2 for Bryant, and he will keep the strike. The target, 175. Now, Chris Lynn has missed 5 matches with a hamstring injury. You then look at the quick singles that you might be keen to take early in an innings. That contest a hamstring, turning quickly. You just wonder, will they be a little reticent to do that? McAndrew bowling to Bryant. Ooh, chases a wide delivery and it flies through to Billings, who dives to his right and does well to grasp it out of the sky. 2 without loss. And will Lynn be particularly wary of aggravating that?
Well, you know, having done a hamstring in my time, yeah, I think you're a little bit in the back of your head, a little bit aware. Remember, he's come back slightly earlier than the medics wanted him to. I think January 14th they were more looking at his return, but he's given himself the okay.
Bryant is on strike, McAndrew into him down the leg side, signalled wide and well taken by Billings, tumbling to his left. 3 without loss.
The problem is going to be really at if Chris Lynn is still in at the Harry Carey end of the innings, where you're going to have to be scampering, as you say, quick singles, running lots of 2s and 3s. You know, doing it in sprints on a training field is one thing. Doing it under the intensity of a match, you know, turning quickly, accelerating out of the turns, is putting that hamstring under a lot of stress.
Bryant on strike, driving down the ground. It's a good shot, but there is a fielder waiting at long on, and so it'll just be the 1 run. That'll bring Lynn onto strike for the first time in the innings. We just seen some replays on our monitors of a few little send-offs in that first innings. It's not just the Lynn cutting dynamic we've got to look at, but there's a few words.
Needle out there.
Yeah, Steckity seemed to be at the heart of it for the Brisbane Heat, and so this is a lively encounter. So Lynn on strike, the crowd enthused by the prospect of the man that has been sort of missed at Brisbane Heat over the years. The right-hander on strike, says no immediately as defends into the offside, but played that with conviction and a freedom of movement that suggests that his personal fitness test, you know, he feels good in himself.
Yeah, and I guess it's a little bit of a trust element between the player and the medical staff. Obviously, Chris Lynn's very experienced guy, knows his body pretty well, knows what his pain threshold is, and as I said, I think in most teams, if Chris Lynn is 75%, you want him in your lineup.
Lynn on strike, McAndrew into him, in the air, just clears the fielder at backward point and flies to the boundary. Lynn is off the mark, and it's the first boundary in the Brisbane Heat innings. It has to be said, without risk, that shot, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, he give that one the kitchen sink, didn't he? Just clearing backward point there. Again, using that extra bounce, as we talked about. You know, it's a lovely place to bat the Gabba if you're a good back foot player, which Chris Lynn is. You know, very adept on the cut and pull, just gently lifting it over, getting his innings off and running.
Lynn on 4, 8 without loss. McAndrew into him, strikes the pads, but it's going well down the leg side, so no appeal from the bowler, and the over comes to an end. So 167 runs to win from 114 balls. 8.79 is the required rate per over, and just a reminder of where we need to be at the halfway stage for the Brisbane Heat to pick up that Bash boost point. The Sydney Thunder are very healthy, 81 for 2 after 10 overs. And so they need to be past that, the Heat, to get a Bash boost point, which will be 1 more onto the overall match result for them if they can also win the game. That really would be an excellent return, and they'll be desperate to, not just because they've only got 2 wins so far this season, but also because this is a Thunder side that there seems to be a fair amount of interest in trying to rile, trying to wind up. And it is all quite lively out there. Adam Milne is going to bowl. He's back in the side, having missed the last game with an ankle injury, but he returns. He's taken a couple of wickets so far in the tournament in the 4 games that he's played. He's going to be bowling to Max Bryant.
He'll enjoy this pitch, let me tell you. Adam Milne, he can bowl some serious gas. It's tailor-made for him, this pitch.
Bryant is deep at the crease, nudging the ball out past the fielder at short third man, and running in from the boundary is Oliver Davis to pick up, to get Chris Lynn back on strike. 9 without loss then. We've had 7 deliveries so far in the innings.
Yeah, I'd say pretty similar start to the Thunder innings, really. There's nothing, no exuberance just yet. Chris Lynn just having a bit of a look, as is Bryant, which is, I think, the smart thing to do, especially batting on these pitches with extra bounce. Just give yourself a little bit of a time to just get accustomed to the extra bounce, and then look to target one of these first change, second change bowlers, trying to get your innings off and running.
Lynn on 4 as Milne begins the approach, right arm over, bowling to Chris Lynn, who sees the ball fly past the pads down the leg side, and a leaping Billings does well to collect in the air, and a wide is signalled. 10 without loss. When you've got a very short boundary, or relatively short, and one very long boundary, psychologically, can it affect your game?
Yeah, I think it does, because in this format, Jenny, I think most people, when they're looking for that big shot over sort of what we call a cow corner region, you know you have to make good contact, and sometimes it can force batsmen to overhit the ball as well. You lose a little bit of shape to your shot.
Lynn on 4 as Milne is into him. He gets in a real tangle and then says yes, no, and there is no run there because he plays it into the body and drops into the offside, but fielders converge upon it. No run.
Yeah, you know that, you know, mishits are unforgiving. You know, you have to nail it, and that can put, as I say, put some extra pressure on you as a batter. Gives the bowler, I think, the opportunity to use more short balls into the rib kind of area, tuck you up, especially using the extra bounce here at the Gabba.
Lynn waiting for Milne. He just stops and starts, and now begins the approach again. He's got a sweatband on his left arm. He's running in, right arm over past the umpire. Lynn down the leg side. Billings likes it a lot. Says there was a little tickle on it. The umpire says no, not a chance. It's a wide ball. And you'd be a brave umpire to give Chris Lynn out for a tickle down the leg side with no DRS at a Gabba quite as wild as it is this evening.
I think Bilbo was trying to stop the wide being called. that had no future, that appeal. Typical keeper.
Yeah, knows he's playing the game. Knows he's going to get called wide if there's nothing on it. Lynn on strike, Milne to him, driven with force but stopped in the covers. It's a good stop as well, because Ferguson had to get across quickly. 164 from 111 is the equation for a victory for the Brisbane Heat. Lynn has 4 from 5, looks around. You can see
some massive expanse on that leg side.
It is, yeah, and you see from side on as well how far back Sam Billings is standing. Tells you all you need to know about the way this pitch is flying. Milne, his 4th delivery, bowling to Chris Lynn, who's chasing a wide delivery. In fact, he leaves it alone because it's going to be signalled wide by the umpire. Another wide. This over is dragging on just a little bit, and Milne, I think, might have lost a bit of his shape in the delivery when
it's his towel as
it's
well.
The towel, the black towel hanging out the back of his trousers, seemed to go fly. It was like a magic trick as he approached.
Oh, it was a crow or something.
Oh yeah, it was suddenly something just swooped.
It's not what you want facing 150 clicks, is it?
Lynn on 4 as Milne grits his teeth and sprints into bowl to Lynn, who's swinging into the offside. It's a good shot, but it's not enough for 4 as Davis scampers round from deep backward point to pick up. And Lynn will get 1 run to move on to 5 from 6, 13 without loss. And the other issue, I suppose, with Lynn coming back from a hamstring injury is that will they be able to push the 2s? And so when the boundaries aren't coming early in the innings, it could get a little bit bogged down.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why I think you know, he's going to put some pressure on the partner at the other end. I think someone like Bryant, who maybe not a bigger hitter as Lynn.
Bryant swinging, misses, flies through at 144 kilometres an hour. It's approaching 90 miles an hour.
That is a quick ball.
13 without loss.
That is a quick ball. That's flown through at 145 kilometres an hour. Hit Sam Billings right in front of the face. Yeah, it can put some pressure on someone like Bryant, who, you know, will rely on those 1s and 2s to tick over his own strike. You know, maybe force him into overhitting the ball as well. So it's a big gamble at this rate, you'd think, for the Heat, if it doesn't go right. Yeah.
They've taken that chance, making that change. Milne to Bryant, swings in the air and it clears the infield. He gets lucky. I think he might have got 6 for that. Has he?
I think he's just plopped over the rope for 6, but he's gone full.
It's gone over third man, and it is a short boundary, yes, but considering he was looking to smack it sort of
back
deep
over his head.
Yeah, deep back down the ground.
But that's the value of using the extra bounce, you see, and Milne being a, you know, what you'd call in that express category in terms of pace. You go hard at these guys, these thick edges on these bats now. The ball just flies away, and you know, that's the value of, you say, on batting on these quicker pitches. You can utilise it as a batsman.
So 19 without loss after 2. The target is 175. Let's see a replay of that. It's gone flat. That's the weird thing. Often off the top edge, it'll sort of loop up and fly away, but it's gone very
taken
flat.
Taken out ball error there.
Yeah, one of the TV presenters for the local broadcaster is actually married to Ben Cutting. Was waiting on the boundary edge, and the ball flew right towards her. Lynn on strike as a big swing.
She was cool as a cucumber, though. She didn't flinch.
Dropped in front of the batsman. There's no run. Yeah, it's one of those where you kind of, as we see a replay now, it has landed at her foot, and she's not even sort of just
drop the shoulder out of the way.
There you go.
I've seen it before.
It's one of those things. If you're used to being at a cricket ground,
that's it.
You get a bit of a sense.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Keep your eyes peeled. She was well across it. Lynn on 5 as McAndrews into the leg side it goes. Has he got enough for 6 runs? You bet he does. 6. Big boundary. Big shot. Chris Lynn onto 11, 25 without loss.
And let me tell you, there's not a boundary big enough in the world for this guy. Let me tell you, when he hits them long, and he hits them far. And McAndrew just coming in that perfect arc for Chris Lynn, who just swings over deep mid-wicket, you'd say. Absolutely crunched it out of the middle of the bat.
150 needed from 106. Lynn on strike as McAndrew charges in once more. And the batsman goes into the offside this time. Has he got enough distance for 6? Can a fielder get there? No, it's going to drop short of the boundary. It's going to drop away from the fielder too, and Davis in pursuit will just about haul it in. And there is how many taken? Well, I think they've got, well, it's a good effort. They've got 3 for that. They might have done. 28 without loss.
Yeah, and you felt, let's say, this was brewing from the Brisbane Heat batsman in particular Chris Lynn, who you always felt he was always going to target this third over, just trying to get some momentum going once he'd seen off the early threat of Milne, who's bowling speed of light at the other end. McAndrew just that sort of right pace, around about the sort of 130, 135 kilometre an hour, sort of just not quite getting it right, a little bit too lengths, and to someone like Chris Lynn, he will make you pay.
Well, the fielder, Oliver Davis, what Chris Lynn lacks follically, I think it's fair to say Oliver Davis makes up for. It's quite the bouffant.
Yeah, I've got a lot of appreciation for that sort of dude. That takes me back to when I was about 4 years old at school. Yeah.
There is
good perm, that, isn't it?
It's a serious amount of hair. He looks like he's sort of
carries it off well.
He does. He's got the sort of vibe. He's just been dragged off the beach from a sort of surf school. Bryant on strike, into the leg side it goes. Not much timing. Gets 1. So Lynn will be back on strike. 29 without loss is the Brisbane Heat score. There's a few in the BBL that have that sort of surfer vibe about them. The Edwards brothers of the Sydney Sixers with their long bleached blonde hair. You've got Oliver Davis,
Chris Green.
Yeah, there is that sort of look, isn't there? 29 without loss. And then you get the England players, more in a moment. Lynn on strike. Well, He's struck. He's on strike and he's been struck on the foot. And a full toss which has whacked him.
Certainly right,
on
isn't
the
it?
toes. Ow.
Ouch.
That. Oof. I mean, he's lucky actually. He's not.
Go back on the stumps.
Yeah, he's not kicked that onto the stumps because his leg well outside the leg stump. And I hope he's got a steel cap boot in there because that would have really hurt.
And it's always the one you middle. You know, you either middle it into your instep or onto your calf or squeeze it onto your knee.
Final ball of the third over. And Lynn on strike, driving gloriously as well. 4. He's managed to thread the needle through that packed offside field inside the ring, and Lynn, well, the decision to use him as an X-Factor substitution, the decision perhaps just to risk that fitness, at the moment looks to be coming off. He's on 18 from 11. It's 33 with that loss after 3. The target 175. Yeah, there's a marked difference between the England players and overseas players that have come in and been in hotel rooms for 2 weeks and sort of very pale skinned as they emerge, so looking sort of pasty, Sam Billings, and then you've got this surf dudes that are out there and be like, you're out there, Sam?
Keep working me to 10.
33 without loss. 3 overs gone. This is a good start.
Yeah, it's very, very, very neck and neck actually with the Thunder. You know, Chris Lynn, he's one of those guys. He's very, very hard to bowl at. He doesn't move around the crease a lot. He generally stands very still, just throws the front leg out the way, and just powers it through the offside. So we'll want to see the back of him pretty soon. I'm actually surprised that this move hadn't been brought on a lot earlier. You know, he hasn't got a great reputation against spin, and knowing that he is carrying a hamstring, surely to make Chris Lynn try and stretch forward would be the better suit. He's a batsman who generally likes pace on the ball. I'm actually surprised that the Thunder weren't quick enough to try and you know, get through 1 or 2 overs of spin.
Well, Green is into the attack.
Oh, Greeny.
Bryant waits for him. One bit of news actually is Chris Tremaine is on the field as a replacement for Daniel Sams, who's off as a concussion injury. He was struck on the helmet late on in the innings, and obviously in the innings break they've made the assessment and decided he shouldn't take any further part in the game, so Tremaine is on. Green bowling over the wicket, whipped towards Oliver Davis on the leg side. There's no run. 33 without loss it remains.
Yeah, that'll be a big loss. Hope he's okay. Daniel Sams looked a bad hit there, but now they've lost potentially another bowling option.
Oh, cry of catch. It's in the air, just evades the fielder at backward point. It's going to be 4.
Just evading the cover fieldsman. I thought he was going to pull off an absolute specky there out the sort of Jason Roy book from yesterday, but just managed to get the right amount of placement on it, the batsman Bryant, and picking up another boundary. And this is a good start from the Heat. This is what they would have wanted, these two, to get them off to a bit of a flyer.
Green to bowl. It's Bryant again the cry of catch. It goes into the leg side this time, and it's a very easy take in the deep to see the end of Bryant for 15. Green strikes, and he just didn't get hold of it. Flies to the field. It could not have been an easier catch. Bryant goes. It's 37 for 1.
Oh, what a death. He'll be absolutely kicking himself. He could have literally hit that anywhere on the ground. Yeah, it was a bit of a nothing shot, really. Didn't really try and hit it for 6 or 4, really, did he? Just hit it. Really gifted Chris Green a wicket there. So he'll be a bit disappointed with that one, Max Bryant. But you know, all in all, he's given the Heat a good start, and hopefully now they'll be able to kick on.
So 37 for 1. Bryant goes. Denley comes to the middle. So Joe Denley made 19 in his first match in the teal of the Brisbane Heat last time. This occasion, he'll be looking to try and be the foil for the big hitting Lynn, and just ensure that, particularly considering Lynn's injury, he can be there as the support act while Lynn has the freedom to swing. Denley, who has previously played for the Sydney Sixers in Big Bash League cricket. He's experienced in the conditions, he knows the tournament, he'll know most of the bowlers he's facing, including Chris Green, who picked up 4 for 34 against the Stars earlier in the competition. He's moving in round the wicket to bowl to Denley, and immediately a cry of anguish from the bowler, who thinks there's a chance of perhaps a catch behind him. It's been put down, so it makes no odds for either one way or the other, but certainly interest early on in Denley's innings.
Yeah, he's Chris Green. He makes the most of his ability. I mean, for a bowler with not much mystery, he generally bowls straight, and the straighter one, you would say, uses the angles. He bowls them well, he mixes his pace, he doesn't allow the batsman to get underneath him very easily. Generally bowls the ball into the surface, tries to tuck them up.
Denley on strike as Green is into him. Appeal for LBW, but the umpire is not interested in the slightest. And the over concludes. So 4 from the over and the wicket, 37 for 1 after 4. 138 more needed from 96 deliveries. Yeah, a little bit more on that injury to Daniel Sams. So Chris Tremaine has come on as a concussion substitution. The KFC Big Bash League Twitter account, in big letters, says Daniel Sams has been removed from the match due to concussion symptoms. Chris Tremaine is his replacement. Fingers crossed Sams feeling better soon. So at the back end of that innings when Sams was struck, the sort of initial reaction and the initial test on the field, he said he felt okay, he continued batting for a little bit, hit some big shots and then got out. But obviously between innings they've done some more tests.
Bit delayed concussion.
Yeah, and so they've obviously taken, as is absolutely right, they've taken the safety first approach, and these regulations are in place exactly for that. So he's off the field and Tremaine is on. Milne's second over, he's bowling to Lynn. One into the offside. If they're quick, they're going to have to be quick. Denley was running to the danger end. Throw in from Callum Ferguson misses. I think he would have been home. And a quick single is taken to start the over. Lynn on to 19, 38 for 1.
Yeah, good captaincy here from the Thunder, bringing back their trump card Min. Try and knock over Chris Lynn, or one of these two. Joe Denley's just come to the crease. They'll need wickets here, the Sydney Thunder, you feel. If they're going to win this game or get back in the game, they're going to have to try and bowl this Heat lineup out. 38 for 1, Denley on strike. Yet to score. His third delivery is on middle stump. He will get a run, a slightly fortuitous one as well. Inside edge down to fine leg. But he is up and running, 39 for 1. 4 balls left to the over. Yeah, Denley not knowing much about that one. Just camped on the crease. It was another quick ball, 147 Ks, almost wrapping Denley on the pads. Denley can, if they can just see Milne off, you feel unscathed. Feel that these two will look to then target the sort of second string attack. Obviously you got young Sangvi to come in as well, who's bowled well in the tournament.
Lynn on strike into the leg side with a massive hit. It's flown into the second tier. Those in the executive boxes diving for cover. And Chris Lynn is doing exactly what he's been brought into this side to do. Score the big sixes. He smashed it 84 metres over the leg side. And it's 45 for 1.
Did I say see him off? What a shot that is. On the rise, back of a length. It's not even that short. It's just, you would say that's just, he's taken that off the top of the bails almost, and he's just walloped that over 84 metres. That's an incredible shot. This guy's got serious power. And again, stands very still, doesn't move around, keeps his head very, very still. Just a great swing of the bat.
Lynn on 25 from just 13 balls. Milne into him again. It's a little more circumspect on this occasion. A little nudge out to deep cover. 1 run taken. 46 for 1. Denley will be on strike.
Yeah, good cricket from Lynn. Keeping the score ticking over, taking those ones. Obviously protecting that hamstring where he can. Handing the strike over to Denley. Now what can he do? Can he keep the momentum going?
Denley on 1. Milne into him. In the air, flies past the fielder at backward point though. There's a chase for the 2 men in the deep. I think the ball's won the race. It has. McAndrew can't get there. So a boundary for Joe Denley, 4 runs onto the total, and the 50 comes up, 50 for 1. And not only is this run chase looking healthy with the overall target of 175, but also to get to that 82 mark after 10 that would get them the Bash boost point.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be hurting the Thunder. This is not going to script. You brought Milne on to try and break this partnership, and actually it's opened the floodgates, being deposited for 6 and now cut behind square for 4.
Milne this time beats the batter Denley. That's a good ball. And the over concludes. 5 overs gone. We're going to give you a break in just a moment, Michael, so you can see the final 10 overs alongside us. But just before you say goodbye, briefly, as a bowling side, when you do throw your big gun in the form of Milne, he doesn't take a wicket, what are you looking to do next? Containment?
Well, no, I think you just got to keep mixing. You've got to try and take wickets. You're not going to, as long as Chris Lynn's at the crease, I don't think you're going to contain these Brisbane Heat batsmen. I think you've got to be thinking wickets. It's just getting the right combination and the bowlers executing their plans, really. They've been a little bit both sides of the wicket. I feel they haven't really settled in on a real line and length. I mean, Green has probably been the standout. He's just tried to bowl wicket to wicket and force these batsmen to go across the line, and has obviously picked up the 1 wicket to date. So I think it's just a case of trying to mix, not allowing the bowlers to be lined up, and hopefully you can take some wickets.
Carbs, thank you for the time being. Michael Carberry with us as part of the team, former England Test opener and Scorchers batsman in the BBL, won the tournament in 2015. Lovely to have him with us, and also lovely to have you here, Stefan Schemmel.
And it's lovely to see Tanveer Sangha bowling his leg breaks into Chris Lynn, wide of the off stump. Lynn cuts for 4. While Sangha could be a difference maker, he is something different. Leg spin. He's been successful so far in the Big Bash with 10 wickets so far this season, but that's a poor start, short and wide. Lynn tucks in. He has 30 from 15, the returning Brisbane Heat captain. He waits now as Sangha bowls. Again, it's a cut, and he's gone! Sangha makes the impact. Almost a carbon copy of the first delivery, but this time just a touch straighter, maybe too straight for Lynn to cut. Top edge, straight to Ollie Davis at backward point, and Chris Lynn yells at himself as he stomps off. He's gone for 30 from 16 deliveries. Tanveer Sangha strikes again. The 19-year-old leg spinner making an impact. Brisbane Heat 54 for 2, chasing 175 to beat the Sydney Thunder.
That's the breakthrough they needed. That's the impact that you're looking for from the spin bowler. Just create something a little bit different. And Lynn goes, and he's played well. 30 from 15 has given them the jump start to the innings that they were looking for. It's whether a slightly fragile middle order can now respond and continue the momentum.
Well, we wondered if Sydney Thunder were 10 or 15 runs short, and they certainly looked that way when Chris Lynn was motoring. Also, don't forget, Daniel Sams, not part of the Thunder attack, withdrawn because of concussion symptoms. But now you feel things slightly more evenly balanced. Another Joe enters the action. Burns joins Denley in the middle. He's had quite a home summer. Struggled in the Sheffield Shield. Unbeaten 50 in Australia's first Test victory over India. Left out after 0-4 in the second. Now he's playing in the Big Bash. Only made 1 against the Sixers in his only appearance so far this season. Now he's facing up to Tanveer Sangha, who spins catches right hand to left. He's in now to Burns, slip in place, another cut shot. Ollie Davis, pick up and throw at the non-striker's end. Burns stretching to reach his ground, throw misses. I think Burns was home anyway. 55 for 2 is the score.
Maybe just a little hint of nervousness. I mean, I do feel for Joe Burns at the moment, because he's had a torrid time of it, but not only that, but he also knows that everyone's talking about his torrid time.
Sangha to Denley. Denley goes onto the back foot. Big flourish of the bat as he forces out towards the offside sweeper. 1 taken, 56 for 2, where it just felt like maybe we were in a nightclub when Chris Lynn was batting. It's a bit more sedate now, a bit of Kenny G, I think. 56 for 2, 2 deliveries of the over remaining. Cut behind Ollie Davis at point for 4 by Joe Burns. Score goes on to 60 for 2. Kenny G puts his saxophone away. maybe the tempo goes up once more. One delivery of the 6 over remain. I've got no idea where I'm going with this.
I'm not helping you. Superb.
It just feels like a heavy electric atmosphere in Brisbane. Night sky, warm evening, great contest. Sanger to complete the over. Davis crabs and whips the ball into the onside for a single to complete the over. Eventful introduction by Tanveer Sanger, 11 runs from it, but also the crucial wicket of Chris Lynn. Brisbane Heat are 61 for 2. They need another 22 runs from 4 overs for the Bash boost points and 114 runs from 84 deliveries to win the match outright.
Yeah, 61 for 2 is a good start, but there will be a little bit of concern that the firepower at the top of the innings, both Bryant and Lynn have gone. That's a little bit of a worry. Denley and Burns, both very capable, but just for those wondering why we're talking about Joe Burns' struggles of late, I mean, if you go through his recent scores, yes, there was a 51 not out against India, but that was in pursuit of a minimal total when India had just been bowled out for 36, so you do have to put that quite significant caveat on it. Otherwise, he's got in his last, few innings, scores of 1-0, 4, 8, 0, 1, 4, 0. It's been really pretty torrid. He only made 1 in his return to Heat colours against the Sixers a couple of days ago. So he could do with some runs, put it that way.
Chris Tremaine, a man who might not have thought he'd be playing this part. He is Daniel Sams's concussion substitute, the big pace bowler. Bowls to Burns, who's beaten outside the off stump.
Yeah, interesting. It's exactly what concussion substitutes, why there is that provision, because, obviously the call was made between innings that Daniel Sams, the knock that he took, they just want to be extra careful, and so no pressure for him to have to bowl the overs, because they can call on Chris Tremaine and say, you're on, you bowl those overs.
Tremaine, number 20, lime green shirt untucked, white boots, white towel, and the back of his trousers. Burns hammering down the ground, 1 bounce 4. In the slot from Tremaine, stand and deliver from Joe Burns, 65 for 2. Burns has 10 from 5.
Well, that was an authoritative shot. That looked like a man who was pretty confident in his form. Front leg out the way, bang.
Big skateboarder, Joe Burns, likes to surf as well. He's also a massive Manchester United fan. Nobody's perfect. Tremaine, elbows jutting out, bowls to Burns. Again, he's beaten outside off stump. Bit of feast and famine from Joe Burns in this over. He's been fiddling around outside the off stump, and in between he's belted one down the ground for 4.
Yeah, it's been a weird old over, isn't it? He's looked like a sort of man who's stuttering into form, if you know what I mean. It's sort of just moments where it's working and moments where it's really not.
Not unlike Manchester United.
Well, indeed.
Tremaine, barrel-chested, throws his arms up and bowls to Burns. It's another powerful drive. This time it's found the mid-off fielder. Dot ball. So, 4 deliveries into the over, 1 boundary and 3 dots. Tremaine, tidy enough so far. He's played 2 Big Bash games this season, Tremaine. Before that, he'd not played any sort of cricket, or certainly not professional cricket, since February. Played 4 one-day internationals for Australia, which I'd certainly forgotten. They were all on a tour of South Africa in 2016. Burns, in the teal and black of the Brisbane Heat, taps the bat carefully as Tremaine bowls. That's done the leg stump, flicked through mid-wicket. There's work for the long-on fielder to do. He can't get there, Chris Green. No dive, bit of an escort really from Green. Heat move on to 69 for 2. Burns has 14 from 8. 1 delivery of the 7th over remaining. 106 required for victory.
That's a lovely bit of timing. As you say, Chris Green was never in the race, really. It's just a little flick of the wrist. It's raced away.
That Sydney Thunder target, the total, looks a little bit more inadequate with every passing boundary. Burns has got a bandage on his left arm, his front arm, as he waits for Tremaine, who stomps in and bowls. And Burns aerially out towards long on for 6. What a sweet strike that is, in the slot from Chris Tremaine, the concussion substitute. But fodder to Joe Burns, who hammers it over long on for a maximum. He's on to 20 from 9 now, Burns. Brisbane Heat 75 for 2. They've got 3 overs to get the 7 runs that would get them the Bash boost points, and they need 100 runs from 13 to win the match.
Well, that total for the Sydney Thunder, Michael Carberry said at the halfway stage that maybe they've left a few runs out there, maybe it's not going to be enough, and 174 for 8, in the context of 75 for 2 in the second innings, it looks well short.
It's worth remembering that Sydney Thunder are second in the table. They can go top with victory, and when so far in this tournament they've looked like a team that's got all bases covered, strong batting, all-rounders in the engine room, all sorts of different bowlers. But it's Brisbane Heat that have looked the stronger side this evening. And when you think they've still got Morné Morkel to come into this team, he's playing as a local player. Morkel, he's married to an Australian. He's had to quarantine for a little while because he lives in Sydney's northern beaches. He's just getting back up to match fitness. What an asset he'll be to this Brisbane Heat team. Chris Green off breaks round the wicket to Joe Denley, who's almost given a stumping chance, I think, to Billings. It didn't actually get through in the end. I think it just flirted up off the popping crease and Billings was from behind the stumps, but Denley was almost beaten in the flight. He only has 6 from 7 deliveries, Denley, but that's okay while Burns is striking the ball the way that he is. Green, heavily gelled hair, number 93, bowls to Denley, almost chips the ball back towards the bowler, but Green loses his footing before he can throw himself into a dive. Single taken, 76 for 2, the Brisbane Heat.
I wonder what conversations are going on between the Kent teammates Billings and Denley, with Billings behind the stumps and Denley batting.
I wonder if they're involved in the needle that's been quite apparent between these two teams, or just a little bit bemused by it all. Billings certainly copped an earful from Steckety earlier on. Green, as we've discussed, lime green kit, blue boots, awful combination. Breathes heavily at the end of his mark, creeps in and bowls round the wicket to Burns, who double jointedly gets the ball from outside off stump to behind square on the leg side for a single. 77 for 2 is the Heat total. 3 deliveries of the 8th over remaining. Denley 7 from 8, the England batsman. Waits for Green. Denley very open stance, plays and misses outside the off stump. He's struggling here, Denley. He does have 4 T20 hundreds, Joe Denley. Out of England players or English players, only Luke Wright and Dawid Malan have more. That's in all T20 cricket. Green got his hair spiked. Deep breath as he bowls to Denley, who this time clips off his toes into the wide expanse on the onside. Couple of fielders converge. That's good running from Denley, who drops his bat, but he's still home safely. Score moves on to 79 for 2 with 1 delivery of the 8th over remaining.
Yeah, there's definite energy out there, isn't there? Both sides, seem to be, saw in the first innings and certainly in this second innings, every close little moment there's sort of extra bits and pieces of conversation taking place between the batting side and the fielding side. It's interesting, this.
I think it makes a difference it's not being played at a neutral venue.
Yes.
Last ball of the over from Chris Green. Grunt as he bowls. Denley turns this one off his pads. Again, they'll look for 2, but it's not there as McAndrew comes off the boundary to do the fielding. End of the 8th over. Brisbane Heat are 80 for 2. They need only 2 more runs for the Bash boost point, so you'd think that'd be in the bag with 2 overs to get it. 95 off 72 required to beat the Sydney Thunder. My name is Stephen Shemmelt. I'm alongside Henry Moran. It's live commentary of the Big Bash League on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sounds app. Earlier on today, Melbourne Stars beat Hobart Hurricanes. So the Stars have climbed to 4th, Hurricanes stay 3rd. This time tomorrow, it's Melbourne Renegades versus Adelaide Strikers, which you'll be able to hear in all the usual places. Same goes for Wednesday night, 3rd Australia v India Test from Sydney. That series beautifully poised at 1-1. And right now you can download the Test Match Special Preview of 2021 podcast on BBC Sounds. Now then, we talked about this game not being played at a neutral venue. So many of these Big Bash games have been so far, for obvious reasons. This one at the Gabba has just given a little extra frisson of excitement and tension to the Brisbane Heat versus Sydney Thunder fixture. and as does the introduction of this man into the bowling attack. Ben Cutting in the lime green of Sydney Thunder, former Brisbane Heat man, won the title with them in 2013, 9 seasons at the Gabba. A few words as he left them for Sydney Thunder in between seasons. He made runs earlier on tonight, and now he's bowling to Joe Denley. Right arm over Cutting, number 31, fast medium, outside the off stump, and Denley deflects the ball to third man for a single. 81 for 2, one more run needed for the Bash boost points.
And did you hear the boos as well when he was announced to be bowling this over? There was plenty of them around the Gabba, and it all just builds this sense of hostility and ramps up. And actually, it's something that we've not seen in sport for a long time, you know, watching games around the world that haven't had this hostility because fans haven't been in.
Joe Burns, 21 from only 10 deliveries, Cutting bowls. Burns smashes this aerially out towards long on for a huge 6. I think it's almost clobbered a steward down there on the stands. Certainly it's been put down by a man in a blue shirt in the crowd. Either way, 6 runs, Bash boost point secured. Ben Cutting, the returning, well, he's not a hero, he's a villain. He's been smashed into the stands, and Burns has 27 from 11.
That's a brilliant shot as well. He's got all of it. Smashed, but what, 85 metres I think it said? And yeah, this was a homecoming for Ben Cutting.
Shocking effort from the man in the blue shirt, didn't even get a hand on it.
He should have left it to the man in the shirt covered in pineapples. He was far better placed.
Ben Cutting having a good chat with his captain Callum Ferguson. Not sure if he's just asked him, is it okay to go back to play for Brisbane?
Free hit this. That was a no ball, I think.
It is a free hit. Cutting bowls outside the off stump Yorker length. Burns can't do anything with it, and it's a dot ball. Score remains 87 for 2. I'm not sure why it was called a no ball. Probably for the front foot. I don't think there was any sort of fielding impingement in terms of the Heat having, rather the Thunder having not enough fielders inside the ring. Either way, Cutting back in discussion with Callum Ferguson, who, as we so often see captains doing in times of a global pandemic, they're wearing 2 caps on their head. Not because that protects you from coronavirus, because they often have to wear the bowler's cap. They're often just the nearest man, the captain. Cutting tries again, powerful figure, dark hair, full delivery. Burns drives it into the offside. Ferguson dives at short extra cover, loses one of those caps. They're through for a single. Brisbane Heat 89 for 2. They need 86 from 69, and you'd have to say they're heavy favourites at the moment.
Bash boost point secured. That's one hurdle overcome in this run chase. They've got their time to spare as well, and the match is in their hands. They've just got to keep that momentum going and keep confident.
Cutting to Denley, slower ball outside the off stump. Denley tries to run it to third man, gets nothing, and it's a dot ball.
And I say that because when you've been in positions that they have this season and lost matches and that vulnerability in the middle order, you just got to hope that this partnership, from their point of view, can continue just to give those lower down the faith that they can come in and finish a job. For the Sydney Thunder, they're thinking, well, we know how vulnerable they could be. Let's break this partnership and see where we can get to.
If they do win this game, Brisbane, they'll go 6th. As Cutting bowls to Denley. Denley down the track, slapping the ball up to long off. There'll just be a single taken. Score moves to 90 for 2. 85 required from 67. Yeah, Brisbane Heat will go up to 6th. Remember, the top 5 qualify for the playoffs in the Big Bash. Last year, the Brisbane Heat, they finished 7th. They were just a point outside the playoffs. So they're in familiar territory. They've never been overly successful. Yes, they did win the championship in 2013, but they've only got one other playoff appearance, the Heat. Cutting bowls. Burns, classically, with a high elbow, drives up towards short extra cover, and there's no run. Brisbane Heat 90 for 2 off 9. They need 85 from 66. Burns 28, Denley 12. Callum Ferguson, the Sydney Thunder captain, he moves his hands around trying to energise his team. Ben Cutting, the former Heat man, pulls on his lime green cap, slightly sheepishly trots off towards the boundary. We all know what sort of treatment visiting fielders can get when they're fielded on the boundary at the Gabba. He's probably about to cop an earful as Tanveer Sangha, the leg spinner, comes on to bowl his second over. Sangha has 1 for 11. It was Sangha who took the crucial wicket of Chris Lynn. We wondered if that might change the momentum. Well, Joe Burns has picked up the mantle. Lynn for 30 was the second wicket to fall after Max Bryant went for 15. Bumping along at 10 and over the Heat in the Brisbane night. Denley in the teal waits for the lime green clad Sangha. A leg break is turned behind square on the onside for a single. Heat go to 91 for 2. They need 84 from 65.
Plenty of noise out there. Encouragement from Sam Billings behind the stumps.
What I like about Denley and Burns is they've managed to find teal pads to match their teal kit. Sangha bowls. Burns short arm pull shot out towards long on. One taken. That man Ben Cutting does the fielding. 92 for 2.
The looks of both Denley and Burns are very, they're wearing the colour clothing. It all matches. It's very classical though, isn't it? White gloves, white boots.
Sangha hurries in. Denley uppishly cuts just over the point fielder. It was Oliver Davis diving backwards, couldn't get a hand on it, and in the end the ball skips away to the boundary. That rather sums up how things are going for the Sydney Thunder at the moment. Brisbane Heat 96 for 2 and moving quickly towards their target of 175.
Just not happening for the Thunder at the moment. That was inches away.
Sangha bowls. Denley carefully prods the ball into the onside. Sam Billings from behind the stumps has to do the fielder because there's no one saving one in front of square. 97 for 2. This over has already cost 7 runs with 2 deliveries left. Billings pulls his white wicket-keeping gloves back on, shouts encouragement to his team, crouches as Sangha bowls. Burns pull shot with control up towards deep mid-wicket. So easy for the Heat at the moment. 98 for 2. Remember we told you about Daniel Sams, the Sydney Thunder all-rounder, being withdrawn from this game with concussion symptoms. Sangha bowls. Denley goes back onto his stumps, forces out towards the offside sweeper for 1 run to complete the over. 9 off Sangha's second. 20 for 1. His figures from 2. Brisbane Heat 99 for 2 halfway through. Just to finish that point on Daniel Sams, as the sub-fielders and coaches march onto the outfield. That'll be a concern for the Thunder because their next game is on Thursday. So you'd think that if he's struggling with concussion symptoms to take a full part in this game, that Thursday might come a little too quickly for him. So it just shows how quickly things can change in the Big Bash. The Sydney Thunder were travelling well, second place in the league, but they're under pressure here against the Brisbane Heat, and they've also potentially lost their star all-rounder for maybe another couple of games. I'm going to make way for Henry Moran, who's going to be joined by Michael Carberry.
Yep, amazing how quickly things can shift in this tournament. A run of victories, a little bit of poor luck can completely shift things. And one thing to keep an eye on, though Chris Lynn did bat earlier on in the innings, made 30 from 15, the normal Brisbane Heat captain, he's out there in the middle, deep in conversation with the 2 not-out men, Denley and Burns. But he has got an ice pack strapped to the back of that left leg, which may just be a case of, continuing the rehab, or there could be something slightly more worrying. But Stefan's point, Carbs, that things can change so rapidly when injuries come and loss of form comes. That means that even in this sort of relatively intermediate stage in the tournament, when teams have had bad starts, there is still time for them to come back.
Yeah, and obviously we're playing a slightly longer tournament this year due to obviously the current climate. So I think even though it's proven with the Perth Scorchers, they were winless for 6 or 7 games, and now have suddenly picked up the pace. You've seen the same with Brisbane Heat as well. They, got their campaign up and running. So it is a long tournament. So there is time to gain that momentum. I don't think there's panic stations initially. It's all about peaking at the right time, I believe, in these tournaments anyway. It's good to see Joe Burns, getting a few out the middle as well. I think he's, no better man really than Darren Lehman by your side. He would certainly be promoting to go out and look, free yourself up, free the mind, and you can see he's going out there just putting his hands through the ball.
Denley, well, he does exactly that for the first delivery of the 11th over, chasing a wide ball from Tremaine, but only finds the fielder at deep cover. He looks furious with himself that he's not put that away to the boundary, because it was short and wide from Tremaine, who was expensive in his first over. 15 from the first 7 balls now that he's bowled, the concussion substitute. The 100 is up for the Brisbane Heat. 100 for 2 is the score. 75, that's all that's needed from 59 balls. They've got 8 wickets in hand with Burns on strike. Burns waits for Tremaine. Again, it's short and wide. And once more, the fielder at deep cover will pick up. But they only need to deal in singles with the odd boundary here. Michael?
Yeah, absolutely. You say most of the damage has been done here. If these two just stay together now, just good composed cricket, which is probably the chat from the likes of Chris Lynn, Darren Lehman, obviously at the engine room of the Brisbane Heat think tank, would say to these lads, look, no need to go berserk, just put the bad ball away, keep the score ticking over.
Tremaine bustling, and again it's short and wide, and again it goes out to deep cover, this time on the bounce to McAndrew, just short of the field. It's been over repetition. I'm surprised they've not managed to put one of these away.
Yeah, Tremaine, he's one of those guys. He's a wicket taker. He can bowl you some unbelievable. He's a bit different, a bit slingy, but also he can bowl you the old drag down. The last thing you want to do now is gift him a wicket and open the door for Thunder to come back in here.
Burns on strike as Tremaine again. It's outside the off stump, and again goes out to deep cover. This feels like one of those video games where you get stuck in a loop. Do you know what I mean? Every single delivery of this over has been exactly the same. Same ball, same shot, same outcome. 103 for 2, 72 from 56.
This is the kind of bowling that also gets wickets. You slap one to backward point. As I said, you open the door for Thunder to come right back into the contest. I think they're doing it nicely. Just pick him off.
Denley has 21. He's on strike and down the track. Misses this time. Billings fumbles. Does that allow them through? No, it won't. They weren't quite on the ball, and so it's a dot. 103 for 2 it remains. 1 ball left of the 11th over. They can take power surge from now on, so we'll wait to keep an eye and see when that might happen. You would guess.
Good time to take it, isn't it? 2 men in, going well, going nicely, especially Burns. He seems to really have the bit between his teeth at the moment.
Denley waiting for Tremaine. Down the track again. That'll be signalled wide. It's not been a great over this from Tremaine.
No, a bit wild and woolly, isn't it? He is that kind of bowler, mind you. He's a wicket taker. Jenny bowls up front with the new ball, because he can swing the ball with that sort of low, slingy arm. I don't think this is quite his domain, bowling those middle periods. A little bit licorice all sorts.
Denley on strike, and again it's wide. It's quick, but it was wide.
Yeah, not quite getting it right here, Tremaine. I think he's just trying too much, really. He's just got to remain patient. Batsmen have to remain patient at times. I think bowling the same. This wicket does offer you a little bit if you're prepared to sort of put the ball in the right area. Yeah, just trying a little bit too much.
Tremaine, who's on as a concussion sub, is bowling his second over. Denley is on strike. It's short and wide again, and this time Denley does manage to clobber it to the boundary. Goes a little bit straighter out to deep extra cover. And a rather rueful looking Tremaine turns on his heel at the end of an expensive over. 24 from his 2 so far. It's 109 for 2 after 11. Denley has 25, Burns 32.
Well, you got to say he was asking for that all over, really, wasn't he? I mean, 4 or 5 drag downs wide, an actual wide, and Joe Denley's not going to miss out. Too good a player to miss out on that. Very experienced guy, and just putting him away. I think that's the last we'll be seeing of Mr. Tremaine for the time being. That was not what was required from the Thunder.
I do wonder if you come on as a substitute, particularly, the X-Factor substitutes is one thing because you're aware at the 10-over mark you could do, and so maybe you're geared up for it and you're thinking, we've got these plans as a squad, this is how it might play out. But if you come on as a concussion sub for the second innings and suddenly have to bowl 4 overs, whether it's quite hard to then get into the game mode, I don't know.
No, I don't think that's an excuse, really. I think you're a professional. You know, this is what you train for. You should be, with the rules. The rules have been there from the beginning of the tournament. You can be called upon at any time, and the stumps don't move. Remember, so
Green to Burns, misses through to the keeper.
Yeah, the stumps don't move regardless of what format you play. It's just bad execution, not really thinking about what he's trying to do in accordance to the field he's setting.
Green, that spiky hair and the blue boots, coming round the wicket to Burns, gives himself a little bit of space for the paddle. Nicely played from Burns. He's going to run down to the fine leg boundary for 4. For a man that's not in great form, that was quite a good shot. 36 for him, it's 113 for 2.
It's amazing what happens when you're given license to just go out there and free yourself up, isn't it? Now all the tricks are coming out, the footwork, the eyes are spinning, the hands are going. You almost want the ball. When you're out of nick, you almost don't want the ball to come to you. But it's great to see. To say no better man at the helm than Darren Lehman, who was arguably a very, very positive coach.
Green to Burns. It's a little bit straighter, more conventional shot, driven down the ground for 1. So Burns is on to 37 from 21. Denley will be on strike. He's just quietly played a really useful hand here for the Brisbane Heat, Joe Denley.
Yeah, sensible knock, really. No need to panic. You've got a comfortable run rate, 7.18. You'd say for the main job done, but still a little bit to do. What they don't want to do now is hand the initiative over. But giving away this start, Burns looks to be going really, really well.
61 from 51 required. Green into Denley, leaning on the ball, running it into the offside. Chased by a couple of fielders in lime green. Eventually it's McAndrew who'll pick up and throw, and it is 60 needed from 50. It's all very pedestrian. This is very relaxed,
and this is what Joe Denley's done for many, many years, both at Kent, Middlesex. Very, very good white ball player.
Burns, 37 from 21, has been the aggressor in this partnership, and he's deep in the crease, leaning back just to help the ball on its way towards backward point for a single. And the score moves on to 116 for 2. We've got 1 ball left of the 12th over. 59 needed from 49. Sometimes an underrated role, isn't it, the anchor in T20, because you look to those that are going to go bish bash and smack it all over the place, but the player that can just be there and accumulate at about a run a ball.
Absolutely.
Green,
still a game of nous.
Green, deep breath, and then in and clipped into the leg side from Denley. 1 run taken, and the over comes to an end. So 12 gone, 117 for 2. Denley will keep the strike and continue this momentum for the Brisbane Heat, who need 58 from 48 deliveries, and that really, when you've got 8 wickets in hand, you should not be losing a game like that. Let me take you to what we've got to come in the next few days on 5 Live Sports Extra, because there's plenty of cricket to look forward to. Tomorrow morning, 8:10, the Melbourne Renegades against the Adelaide Strikers. The Strikers side who include the talented Phil Salt at the top of their order. And then on Wednesday, it is the Perth Scorchers against the Sydney Sixers. The Sixers, who've just faltered a couple of times in recent weeks against the Scorchers team, who find themselves rock bottom, much to the disappointment of Michael Carberry.
Yes, I saw they managed to get a win yesterday against the Renegades, so that would boost the confidence.
Denley on 27 as Milne is into him. Ooh, what's happened there? Has he let go of the ball? No, he's decided not to in the end. The crowd enjoy it. Everyone was looking to see where the ball had gone, and the truth of the matter is, it was still in the bowler's hand. I'm sure that's what's happened, because I've lost it. Let's have a look here. He comes in. No, it's not. He's come off his knee. I completely lost it. He's tried to bowl the ball. Big smile on the face of Milne. and his arm has clipped his knee and the ball's gone horizontally to his right. Mill is into Denley. Better ball this time, as in it is a delivery, and it's nicely played from Denley behind square. A bit of a fumble in the field that'll allow them back for 2. 56 needed from 47.
Yeah, a bit of kidology from the bowler there. Joe Denley again playing nicely. Got off to another good start. 29 off 25. Burns back to his very best. 38 from 22. So he's looking a bit uphill struggle here from the Thunder. They need a wicket.
Denley waiting again for a short ball this time from Milne that whistles through over the shoulders at 138 kilometres an hour. It's around about some mid to late 80s, and that's a dot ball. 119 for 2. Good bouncer.
It was a very good bouncer, right on the money, wasn't it? Nice and high. Joe Denley, who's very good hooker and puller of the ball, but wanting nothing to do with that one. You feel this is kind of last roll of the dice a little bit from the Thunder to trying to break this partnership. You feel if Mill can remove these two.
Sprints in Mill, again it's short, slower ball though, and Denley, who picked the length, he just didn't pick the pace of it and was through his shot far too early. And it goes through to Sam Billings, another dot ball. Dots aren't really going to do the business for the Sydney Thunder. They need wickets, and so while Milne is doing the job in terms of preventing the runs being scored, he, as you say, has been brought into this attack now at this point to try and make the breakthrough that'll maybe just open the door a little bit. Mill sprinting in, and Denley driving into the offside, but there's a fielder waiting in the covers and there's no run.
Yeah, exactly. Say this is what you do. You bring your fast man back on. If you can try and shake up the batsman a little bit, even snare a wicket or two. You stick to. This will be the chat round the field now. Stick two on it, boys. It's a very different game. It's only a little bit of panic in that middle order. There's still some fragile minds in that batting lineup. So that's what we're looking to do from Milne here.
2 balls left of Milne's third over. He's bowling at Denley, who's looking to whack the ball into the leg side. Doesn't manage it really, and looks disappointed with himself as the ball trickles to long on. He felt that was in the slot to be hit, but he gets just a single. 55 needed from 43. We've got 1 ball left of the 13th over. It is 120 for 2. This partnership continuing to build between Joe Denley and Joe Burns. They came together with a score of 54 for 2. Since then they've put on 66 runs. Burns deep in his crease, looking to cut the ball away, but Khawaja fields a backward point, and there is no run. So 13 gone, 120 for 2 is the score. 55 needed from 42 deliveries for the Brisbane Heat. If you missed it earlier, there was a victory for the Melbourne Stars against the Hobart Hurricanes in Hobart. Marcus Stoinis made 97 not out. And there is also a 91 from Ben McDermott in the run chase. But they fell short, the Hobart Hurricanes, with the Stars getting a victory to continue their reasonable start to things. They've got a side that you'd expect to be up around about the top of the pile. They're 4th at the moment after that win. 3 wickets for Nathan Ellis for the Hobart Hurricanes, who had a good day, but in vain eventually, as the Stars were victorious by 10 runs. Ben Cutting back into the attack then. Former Brisbane Heat man, Joe Denley on strike. Cutting's into him. Pace taken off the ball, and Denley nudges into the leg side for 1. It is 121 for 2. Denley moves to 31.
Yeah, tucked around the corner. Ben Cutting into the attack. So far he's been dealt a little bit of treatment, you'd say. Needs a big over. Callum Ferguson will again be looking to him, one of his experienced men, to try and make something happen.
Burns on 38 as Cutting's into him. Leading edge, which drops well short of the fielder. Running in Ferguson, the captain, on the offside. But a decent start to the over, just the 1 run from the first couple of balls. 54 needed from 40, a run rate of just over 8.
It'll be interesting now how Burns plays this. Does he keep going? He's obviously found some touch. Does he go with it, run the risk of losing his wicket, or does he just try and play a...
Burns again playing with caution. works the ball behind scrum the leg side as Davis fields. One more taken, 53 from 39.
You know, what you don't want now is the run rate to start creeping up to 9s, 10s. Playing too conservatively is a fine balance. You know, someone like Joe Denley probably needs to think about getting some skates on now, get going. 30 from 31. Although he's done a nice job in support of Burns, just want to make sure you finish this game off in a little bit of style.
Burns on strike as Cuttings into him, as if he heard what you were thinking. He does play something more expansive out to Green at deep mid-wicket, but it is the same result, and that's just a single. 123 for 2, 52 needed from 38. I wonder if they might think about, to ease the pressure, taking the power surge, which can bring wickets, of course, as players feel the need to play a bit more expansively, but it could also pretty much wrap up this game.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised they haven't taken it already, to be honest. You know, I said that 2 overs ago.
Cutting to Burns, right on the money from the all-rounder, who's seeing Burns just dig the ball out down to long off for a single, who's now on to 40 though, Joe Burns. He's played really nicely. 1 ball left of the 14th over. It's 124 for 2 with 51 needed from 37.
You know, you got 2 guys in playing well. They've you know, Joe Burns, he went off like a train, didn't he? You know, Joe Denley has looked comfortable as well. Why wouldn't you take it at that stage? You know, by this stage now, you could have broken the majority of the run chase.
Denley on strike, gives himself some space, drives through the offside, but there is protection in the deep. They'll get back for the second run as Milne loses his cap in the process of chasing that down, but they do get the second, and the required runs dips under 50. 49 from 36. Denley's on to 34. Burns has 40. And this is a Sydney Thunder bowling attack as well, without Daniel Sams, who's been quite a key component of what they've achieved so far in the tournament. He's off the field, having been struck on the helmet in the first innings. He did keep batting, but he's been deemed not fit to be a part of this second innings. Concussion substitution in the form of Chris Tremaine has come on, but he's not really done it with the ball, Tremaine. He's had a tough time of it. And so that's quite a loss for the Sydney Thunder, who really could do with somebody to come on and take a wicket or 2 in and over, just to really shift where the momentum of this game's going, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big loss. Daniel Sams, I say, you wish him well. You hope his welfare improves. It was quite a bad blow to the side of the head. No one likes to see that. But he'll be definitely missed in his bowling lineup. With his, gives you a bit of variation as well. Being left armed gives you something different. He does swing the ball up front. Got good skills at the back end as well.
Tanveer Sangha is back into the attack. A very loose delivery first up is signalled wide. It's a sort of ball that, were a side desperate to score a huge amount of runs in the second innings, you might chase and try and see if you can maximise and get knocking out the park, but in the circumstance they're quite happy just to accept the wide. Next ball, it's a better looking delivery, but a single is taken out to deep cover to bring Denley onto strike. 128 for 2.
Yeah, the introduction of the leg spin. He's bowled very, very well in this tournament. This young man, I've been very, very impressed with his control. He hasn't looked flustered.
Denley on 34, swings into the leg side. Oh, and he's got 6. I don't know what's happened there, but Green has somehow missed it. And it's 6 for Denley to move the equation to 41, I should say, from 34. Denley on to 40. What's happened there?
I think that must have gone in the lights as he's gone to take the catch. The ball must have just come out one of the floodlights, and he's just lost sight of it.
It's one that looks awful, doesn't it? Because he's there ready,
yeah.
And then he's diving out of the way. And actually, as if to make that point, he's now standing with his eyes in front of his hands in front of his eyes. This is again going out towards him, but this time it's a case of just watching that ball sail high above his head as a man in white takes a brilliant catch in the crowd and proceeds to down his drink in celebration. It is a brilliant hit from Denley. Back-to-back sixes. It's 140 for 2, and Denley moves to 46.
Yeah, great shot from Joe Denley, down on one knee, the slog sweep over that cow corner region. I think he's taken upon himself now to put the foot down against his young leg spinner, put him under some pressure, trying to get this 35 runs knocked off as quickly as possible and chalk up another win for the Heat.
Sanger to Denley, who's on the cusp of a 50. Cries of catch, it's in the air again, it's going to drop short, and it's going to be 4. There is the 50 for Joe Denley. 3 boundaries in a row to get there. A quick acceleration, and from 35 deliveries, Joe Denley has his first 50 in the teal of the Brisbane Heat, all into the leg side in this over. And some gentle applause from his Kent teammate Sam Billings behind the stumps, but this has been a really super knock from Denley.
Yeah, top class, mate. Top class innings from Joe Denley. He's read the situation beautifully. So we thought he was just stuttering a little bit, and then he just burst into life as soon as the introduction to the young leg spinner, and he's used all his experience, put the young man under severe pressure.
Sanger to Denley, who's down the track and stumped. He looks furious with himself. He's broken the back of this run chase. 31 only needed now from 32 balls, but he now departs, having looked to again go into the leg side. Dances down the track, and he knew as soon as he'd missed it, he was on his way.
Oh no.
Oh, what have I done? But a good innings, he's made 50.
I was just in the middle of talking him up, and then he runs past one. Brilliant. Well done, Carbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, and excellent bowling from this young man. You know, I've been really impressed with him through the tournament. You know, he's when he's taken some stick, he hasn't looked flustered. He's been prepared to throw the ball up, slow it up, entice Denley down the wicket, and Denley just fell short of him. But again, brilliant knock. Joe Denley, would be good for him to get off and running. He'd be key to this Heat campaign. You feel he'd be one of the linchpins in this tournament for them. In walks Lewis Gregory, the other English import.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory, who as an import goes, he's a very useful player because he bats, he bowls,
does everything. He's Swiss Army knife, isn't he?
He's had a 3 for in this tournament and scores a 29 and 31 not out last time up against the Sydney Sixers. So he's somebody that really, he is your sort of moneyball cricketer, isn't he? He just will do a job, and he's always going to have an impact in a game.
Yeah, very good cricketer, Lewis Gregory. He has been for many years. From a very young man, he's he's had to bowl at some tough places at Taunton. It's not easy on that ground, let me tell you, for bowlers. Many a good bowlers travelled, so to have the career he's had down there is phenomenal.
Sanger into Gregory, who's hit the ball in the air. This could be a chance of a catch. He's swung hard, fielder there, he goes first ball. Well, is this the twist in the match that we were looking for? Lewis Gregory goes without scoring. We've talked him up, I've talked one up, you've talked the other up, they've both gone.
I'm flying here, aren't I?
Gregory goes. He tried to launch the ball over deep mid-wicket. Green is the fielder, had a little bit of ground to make up and got there to take an easy catch. So back-to-back wickets to conclude the 15th over. It's 144 for 4. Gregory goes without scoring. Sanger has 2 in 2 balls. It's the end of the over, so he won't be on a hat-trick as yet. But this game maybe has some life in it. Michael Carberry, some thoughts from you, and Stefan Schemmelt will see us home.
Yeah, I said it, didn't I? Stick 2 on it. It's a different game. It's only 4 for 144. And again, a bit of a nothing shot from Lewis Gregory. And when he looks back on that, you think, what was I really trying to do with it? It was a bit of a nothing ball, really. It wasn't a bit of a drag down, not much on it. Just a kind of ball you sort of bunt into the leg side, tick your score over, get off strike, give yourself a chance to get used to conditions, and a bit of a giveaway, you'd think. We're really disappointed with that.
I'd go a bit further than saying it was a nothing shot. Carbs, I'd say it was pretty brainless, actually, from your first ball, considering the state of the game. And also, just going back to I think it was the second ball of the over when Chris Green could have caught Denley, but instead had to take evasive action because the ball got stuck in the light. That looks like a pretty big moment now, because before then, there'd been no boundary since the second ball of the 12th over. If Denley goes then, there's pressure on, but instead it goes 6-6-4, then Denley gets out and Gregory gets out.
Wicket, yeah.
So, but if that wicket had fallen at the first opportunity, there'd be even more
game,
pressure.
Isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Anyway, Jimmy Pearson is in. He's facing up to Chris Green. The Brisbane Heat wicket-keeper and stand-in captain plays the ball into the offside and takes a single. Brisbane Heat are 145 for 4. They need 30 from 29. They still can take the power surge. But that doesn't look as comfortable as it could have done when 2 batsmen were set. Lot resting on Joe Burns, who's 41 from 27. He works the ball square on the onside for a single. 146 for 4, 29 off 28. There's still life flickering in this game yet.
Well, I'm still amazed that they haven't taken the power surge, especially when Denley and Burns were in. You felt that was prime time to take it.
Green off breaks round the wicket. Pearson hit on the pad, goes nowhere. Dot ball. Every dot is so precious for the Sydney Thunder. How much distance can they put in between the runs required and balls remaining? At the minute, it's 29 off 27. Green, 3 balls of his 4 overs remaining. Bowls to Pearson. Turned on the onside by Pearson. Another dot. Sam Billings behind the stumps, getting louder. He'll be reminding the batsman every dot cranks up the pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, you still feel it's Brisbane Heat's game to lose, really, but they're kind of committing cricket suicide at the moment, but giving away their wickets.
Green, number 93, bowls. Pearson, strange shot where he sort of goes back but plays off the front foot to push the ball into the offside for a single. 147 for 4, 28 off 25.
I know, you certainly think, if they were able to get rid of Burns here, Brisbane Heat can somehow find themselves in a situation where they're almost forced to take the power surge with, you would say, 2 very newish sort of faces, which is not ideal. New faces at the crease, should I say, which is not an ideal scenario. Why you wouldn't take it when 2 guys are set in on 20 apiece, as Denley and Burns were, is very baffling.
Last ball of the 16th over. Green bowls to Burns, who forces up to the man at extra cover, and it's a dot. So that's an excellent over from Chris Green to complete his spell. Only 3 singles from it, and he's ended with excellent figures of 1 for 20 from his 4. Brisbane Heat to 147 for 4, Burns 42, Pearson 2. Heat need 28 off 24 balls to beat the Sydney Thunder, and there is an almighty conference going on now between Callum Ferguson, the captain, Sam Billings, the wicketkeeper, Usman Khawaja, the experienced international pro. I think Chris Green, he was in there as well. He's played a lot of T20 cricket, was going to captain Warwickshire in the past year had it not been for the coronavirus pandemic. So the Sydney Thunder Brains Trust have got together because the power surge is about to begin.
It's a very odd decision, this. Pearson just coming to the crease. I've said, I mean, I would have thought you'd want your men in set to utilise. I think they've got this one slightly wrong, but it's not the first time we've made to eat my words. He might just smack now 20 off 6 balls and game over. So
I suppose the thinking is a big over here, and it is game over, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think the mentality of batsmen now, they don't tend to worry too much about run rates, runs per over. It's simply, one big over, you've actually won the game. So, if McAndrew gets it wrong here, it could be curtains. But
it could also work in the favour of the Thunder because they have to have the field up anyway, and that is a way of squeezing. Bowler gets it right, and he can put the pressure on the batsman because he's got 7 fielders in the ring. It could also go very wrong.
It can, and this is where I would like to see Usman Khawaja's catching, get on the front foot, get a slip in there, encourage the nick. If the nick's one, he's going to get caught. You've got to take wickets if you're going to win the game.
McAndrew, the pace bowler, no wicket for 22 from his 2 overs. Jimmy Pearson on strike, 2 from 4. McAndrew bowls a bouncer down the leg side. Sam Billings has got both arms outstretched and appealing. The wicketkeeper gets nothing except for a dot by the looks of it. Yeah, it's caught. That's not called wide. So McAndrew will think that's an excellent bouncer. Actually, it does look like it probably should have been called wide. What do you think, Michael?
No. You got to give the poor bowler something, haven't you?
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Unfortunately, mate. Yeah, I think that was an excellent bouncer, just on the line of the leading shoulder. I think that's fair enough. It wasn't too high.
McAndrew's been told that is his one bouncer for the over, so that weapon goes out of his armoury and it necessitates a change in the field. Deep square leg comes up, man goes out on the offside, so we probably know now which line McAndrew is going to bowl, at least for the next delivery. He's in now, black towel poking out the back of his trousers. It's outside the off stump, slashed to that offside sweeper just for a single. 148 for 4, 27 off 22 required.
Yeah, a little bit surprised. I'd let him have another one. Why not? Risk, you know, it's worth the risk. He's just come to the crease. You know, you wouldn't have. You'll take him a little time to get in. Don't make it comfortable for him to just tick his strike. I would let him probably have another short one. Probably not as short as that, but test out if he wants to take it on at this stage. Run the risk of holding out. You know, it opens a door for yet another Brisbane Heat batsman to come in. It's not as easy on that to start your innings on this pitch.
10 deliveries without a boundary, Brisbane Heat. Joe Burns has 42 from 29. Lot resting on his shoulders if he's going to get his team over the line. McAndrew, short air, into bowl to Burns, outside the off stump. This is a controlled push through point, and Oliver Davis, very swift out there on the point boundary, collects the ball and retrieves it to keep it to a single. 149 for 4, 26 off 21 required. Bubbling up nicely in the cauldron of the Gabba.
Yeah, it is, and so far so good for McAndrew. Just what the Callum Ferguson, the captain, would have wanted. No boundaries as of yet. It's just gone for 3 singles.
I wonder who'll bowl the second power surge over. McAndrew to Pearson, bowls. Pearson, powerful shot through the offside, but Oliver Davis out there on the cover fence. He's the busiest man in Brisbane. He's in the Carberry position out there. 150 for 4, 25 off 20.
Yeah, Carberry out there grazing as per usual, sweeping up. I still think McAndrew's got to be thinking wickets here a little bit. He's just bowling wide, allowing Pearson to just tick along. I just think there's a danger of just letting the game drift. I think he's got to tighten up his line a little bit, maybe get a slip in there, try and get him out. You know, bring the stumps into play, give yourself 3 modes of dismissals. 2
deliveries of the over remaining, 25 off 20 required. McAndrew bowls good Yorker, but it's dug out by Joe Burns up towards mid-off for a single. 151 for 4, 24 off 19 the equation. But that's what you're talking about, isn't it, Michael? He did target the stumps. It was good bowling and good batting. Yeah,
I just think almost bowling that sort of test match length now, isn't it? You know, hard top of off stump. Trying to get, Pearson, especially put the pressure on Pearson, especially he's just come in 7 balls, try and get some sort of catches in there to try and force the nick. You've got to be thinking wickets at this stage.
This feels like a big last ball of the over. Pearson across his stumps, hammering down the ground for 4. Well, Pearson moved across to the offside. McAndrew followed him, but Pearson had the answer with a lofted drive over mid-off. 1 or 2 bounces up to the long off fence, and any pressure that was built by the Sydney Thunder released by a swing of Jimmy Pearson's bat. 155 for 4 the Brisbane Heat. They need 20 off 18.
Yeah, it's just a bit of poor captaincy, I think. He obviously telegraphed the plan just by the field, having the deep cover out, and rightly so. Pearson knows he's going to go for the wide line. He knows anything out there is a free hit for him. As long as McAndrew got the length wrong, which he did, he served up half volley and just dispatched it back over his head. So you think should be fairly easy from here, but again, you never know. Stick 2 more wickets on it. It's game on.
Big Bash League on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sounds app. Brisbane Heat chasing 175 to beat Sydney Thunder, who earlier on today they posted 174 for 8. And it's Adam Milne, the New Zealand pace bowler. When we say pace, we mean it.
Oh yeah.
He's entrusted to bowl the 18th over, second under powered surge conditions. And he aborts his first attempt at the first delivery. Heat need 20 off 18.
Someone walking across the screen. Sure, there's a hold up there.
This is the problem when you have crowds in, isn't it? Joe Burns on strike on 44 from 31. In the teal of the Brisbane Heat, Milne, dark hair, Sydney Thunder lime green, number 10, bowls, Burns, edges through the short third man fielder for 4. I think it was Tanvir Sangha who's dived over one there. And when you're trying to defend few runs, it's not what you need as a fielding side. Everything's got to go to hand. And instead the equation 16 off 17, 159 for 4, the Heat.
Yeah, it wasn't a great ball, but I really feel that should have been stopped. Just sort of dived over it, really, young Sangvi. So Milne's got to really hit straps here. He's got to try and hit that 0 in on that length. You know, he can swing the ball. Try and enforce the edge.
Wickets required for Sydney Thunder if they're going to get back in this contest. Here comes Milne. He bowls to Burns. Excellent Yorker. That's gone through the batsman. It's almost followed him down the leg side and gone between bat and toe. A toe crusher, really. 159 for 4, 16 off 16.
And interesting enough, still no slip from Khawaja. You know, where's the pressure here? Where are they looking to get wickets? The Sydney Thunder. You know, it's not apparent at the moment. It's just, you know, from the field set, it's almost like they're waiting for these Brisbane Heat batsmen to give their wickets away. I think you've got to get on the front foot here.
Milne, long, straight approach, shadows 4 ways, bowls to Burns, who forces or jams the ball up to mid-off, and there's a single. The fielder's right back on the ring there. Yeah. 160 for 4, 15 off 15. You almost wonder what's the point.
Exactly. It makes no point. Look, if these 2 guys bat 10 balls, the game's finished. You know, you've got 2 guys camped there at almost on the ring, backward point. You know, get one of them in catching, and then one of them at third man, and you've got protection. But you've got to try and nick Burns off, or you've got to try and nick Pearson off.
Milne comes again, lengthy approach. Pearson flicks the ball wide of mid-on, and it's another comfortable single. 14 off 14, 161 for 4. Because the point is, Michael, you might as well lose in 18 overs as losing 19.5, haven't you?
100%. Those got that. Like for me, that ball there, Ben Cutting's got to be much tighter to stop the one. You know, make these guys hit over the top. You know, you've got to force them. Like you say, I'd rather lose in the 18th over than what's happening now, which is almost a slow death, and them just literally playing themselves to the win.
14 off 14 required for the Brisbane Heat as Milne speeds in towards Joe Burns, who pulls and he'll get 50. Short ball from Milne. No real timing from Joe Burns, but it's been an excellent knock. He's been under pressure because of his performances for the Australia national side, but he's returned to the Big Bash, and in his second innings he's posted a half century from 35 deliveries, and he's leading his team to victory. Brisbane Heat 162 for 4. They need 13 at a run a ball.
Yeah, well played, Joe Burns. It'll be a very welcomed 50 for him. He's had a tough run, tough summer. No one likes to see any batter go for a tough run, but you know, marked of his mental strength, he's able to bounce back. And sometimes games like this can help just to free things up, not have to worry, clear the mind. He's looked excellent today.
Final ball of Milne's spell. He's deep in conversation with Callum Ferguson, who's directing traffic with his left hand outstretched. There are 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, that massive leg side boundary. I think those 2 fielders are a different postcode to the batsman. They're so far away. Jimmy Pearson's going to be on strike. He has 9 off 9. And the Heat 162 for 4. They need 13. Big delivery this. Last ball of the 18th over. Milne bowls to Pearson, and Pearson slashes through the offside for 4. Well, just like he did in the previous over, Pearson gets a boundary from the final delivery of the over, and that probably is the game. Brisbane Heat need 9 off 12. They're 166 for 4.
Yeah, it wasn't a great over, I don't think, from Milne, and I don't think he was really totally backed up by his skipper either, or the think tank at the Thunder. All the plans looked a little bit confused there. Too many captains on the pitch and missing the real point of what was going on there, really. They had to try and attack these Brisbane Heat batsmen, and they really did neither. This allowed them to sort of play along at their own pace. Burns and wasn't really put under any pressure. Pearson, who's come in, really was the man you had to try and squeeze with your best bowler. So yeah, a bit disappointing, but you know, well played to the Brisbane Heat. I think they've been very, very professional in their outlook today.
It's going to be Nathan McAndrew to bowl the 19th over with 9 runs required. I just wonder if the devil in me would be throwing the ball to Ben Cutting to try and do something against his former team. He might have to bowl the 20th over, but will it get that far?
Well, yeah, it's not, again, why not? Try, these are the things, the little mind games you've got to play with the batters.
Here comes McAndrew then, 9 to win. Joe Burns on strike, good Yorker from McAndrew, but Burns can still dig the ball out and take, they come back for 2. Brilliant running by Jimmy Pearson, diving at the non-strikers end. And again, you just wonder,
I'm not sure about that field setting. Sorry to cut you.
Sorry, Michael, but you're right, there are 3 men set deep on the leg side, and you wonder why isn't there one at least, say, in the ring? Because, for that reason, and also if you give away a single, you're going to lose anyway.
Please tell me what you're saving, needing 9 off 12 balls, 3 men on the leg side, so far back. I mean, they're going to run 2 to you every time, and in 4 or 5 balls, the game's over, and you've lost by an over. It makes no sense. I have to admit. I think Usman Khawaja's, as I say, maybe I'm not sure who's the think tank out there, but they've really missed the trick.
Well, it's Ferguson in charge, but you're right, they've got so much experience. Ferguson, the skipper, Khawaja's played so much cricket. Sam Billings is there too. Chris Green's a captain. Ben Cutting knows all the batsmen.
Absolutely.
McAndrew, number 44 in, 7 required, that's going to be a wide of the umpire's guidelines. Sam Billings, the wicket-keeper, daren't look back at the umpire, just disgusted. I don't know if he's with the situation, the delivery, or just in resignation. 6 off 11 now for Brisbane Heat. They're on course for their 3rd victory of the season.
Yeah, it's just all gone wrong for the Thunder today, really, hasn't it? Losing one of their key components, Daniel Sams, as well, to concussion. But it's not been more polished performance from the men in lime green.
Burns on 52, waits, ducks under a bouncer, not called wide. Sam Billings, he looks like a stroppy teenager behind the stumps at the minute. He can barely muster the energy to throw the ball to one of his own fielders. 6 off 10 required. Michael Carberry, this is why we pay you the big bucks. You said that Sydney Thunder were about 10 or 15 runs short. That's looking pretty accurate at the moment.
Yeah, and credit to Brisbane Heat bowlers. I thought they hung in the contest after the early assault from Alex Hales.
McAndrew bowls outside the off stump and gone, cut straight to point. Usman Khawaja takes the catch. Joe Burns goes for 52. Oh. Is that a final twist?
Well.
Not much of a delivery from Nathan McAndrew, short and wide. When Burns played the shot, you think, let's just go and fetch that one from the boundary. But he's nailed it straight at Usman Khawaja. If he hadn't caught it, he would have needed some dentistry.
Absolutely. You may still get your wish, Stefan. Ben Cutting for the last over.
169 for 5, 6 off 9 required. The set batsman is gone. I think it'll be Jack Wildermuth who comes in next. He can bat. But you're right, Michael. Are we in for some final over drama with Ben Cutting trying to take down his old team?
And then all we need is a super over to finish it off for good measure. But Joe Burns played really well there. I think he was under a lot of pressure coming into this game, which has been well documented. I'm sure he'd be glad to get that monkey off his back for a day or two. Having got some runs, but still got to see it over the line. Come too far to throw it away now, the Brisbane Heat. But again, 1 or 2 wickets, just a little bit of panic. It's actually Basie who's come in.
James Baisley, 3 BBL games in his career. They're all this season.
Welcome to the Thunderdome.
But he can bat. He's got scores of 31 not out and 49 not out so far this term. Mainly a Queensland second 11 player. He's also played some club cricket for Henley in England. 25 years old, thrown into the cauldron of the Gabba with his Brisbane Heat team needing 6 off 9 balls. It's a favourable equation, but you don't want to mess it up.
No.
Here comes McAndrew then, 1 for 33. Black towel poking out of his trousers. Yorker is an appeal. What's it hit? It's rolled through towards Sam Billings. I think it might have just been a little bit of an edge. Either way, headline, dot ball, 6 off 8.
Is Cutsy warming up? Is he coming on?
What can Nathan McAndrew get? What can he give him? Can he give him 5 to defend? What's this hit, Michael? If that's not hit the bat, that's out, isn't it?
I thought that hit him straight on the shoe, in front of all three. Must have got a toe end onto shoe, I'm assuming.
6 off 8 required. McAndrew bowls, it's a bouncer, dot ball. Swing and a miss from Baisley. That looked quick, looked a bit too quick for Baisley actually. Through to the white gloves of Sam Billings.
Where is that slip? Come on, put that slip in. Put him under pressure. He's a young guy.
Good bouncer from McAndrew.
Great bouncer, wasn't it? Right on the money. It was almost through him before he got the shot through.
We haven't seen a replay of the LBW shout, but if there was no edge on it, it looks stone dead.
Wasn't it?
6 off 7 required. McAndrew bowls to Baisley, who's hammering this through the onside for 4. Well, he's got it between deep mid-wicket and long on. McAndrew can't believe it. He was looking for the Yorker, but he's probably missed his length. Half a foot maybe. And Baisley's got underneath it and lofted it towards wide long on for 4. And the Brisbane Heat will need only 2 off the final over there, 173 for 5.
Look, fair play. It was worth a gamble. I think he had to try and go for the stumps at this stage, which he did, and he just got it slightly wrong. And Baisley was good enough to answer it, and just picking it up over mid-wicket. But you feel that's probably job done for the Brisbane Heat.
What about this, Michael? Leg spin from the final over. Tanveer Sangha is also going to be on a hat-trick, having dismissed Joe Denley and Lewis Gregory from the final 2 balls of his previous over. He's got figures of 3 for 38, and now the young leg spinner, just 19 years old, has been asked by Callum Ferguson to defend 2 off 6 balls and maybe take a hat-trick.
Who would have thought? But well, good on him for taking it on. He sees an opportunity, why not? If you can snare another wicket.
But Mike, where's the slip, Michael?
Mate, I'm fed up asking now, to be honest, mate. They obviously see a completely different game to me. But you would think a young man on a hat trick, is Jimmy Pearson going to run down the pitch? No, I would suggest. So there's every chance of him playing at one from the crease, nicking it off, but there's no one there to catch it.
There's a huge gap on the onside if Pearson wants a single. 2 to win. Here comes Sangha. It's wide of the off stump. Pearson cuts, and that should probably be the game. There's a fielder out there on the deep cover boundary, but they get back for 2, and Jimmy Pearson punches the air as a Brisbane Heat complete victory. Fans in the Gabba are on their feet applauding. They've seen the home team win for their 3rd time in the Big Bash this season. Brisbane Heat have successfully chased 175 to beat the Sydney Thunder, who frankly have confused us with their tactics at the end of this game, Michael Carberry.
Yeah, disappointing day for Sydney Thunder. After a great start with the bat, started their way in the middle order. Alex Hales again was in great form, but wasn't able to quite capitalise, and you think got themselves up to something competitive. It was only really that on what was a tremendous batting surface, I have to say. For full credit to the ground staff. And Brisbane Heat, you never thought really were in any danger. Once they got a partnership, which they did, had a good start with Chris Lynn and Bryant up front, and taken home by Burns and Denley. It was great to see Joe Denley out there, part of the English contingent, getting some runs, getting into the tournament, finished off nicely by Pearson. So good for the Brisbane Heat. Again, they're starting to just build some momentum going into the new year. Sydney Thunder have got some thinking to do, I think, all round really. Some very, very confusing tactics from Callum Ferguson, who's, let's say, a very experienced cricketer. He's been around the block a long time, and I think in their final analysis they'll be pretty disappointed.
Before tonight, Sydney Thunder had won 5 games on the trot. They won the toss and elected to bat. They posted 174 for 8. Alex Hales 46, Callum Ferguson 35, Daniel Sams 37, and Ben Cutting 24, the highlights. But Michael Carberry, he said at the change of innings they thought they were 10 or 15 runs light, and so it proved. Brisbane Heat chasing it down with 5 deliveries to spare. Max Bryant 15, Chris Lynn, the returning Chris Lynn, the X-Factor substitute, 30 from only 16 balls. England's Joe Denley 50, Joe Burns 52, Lewis Gregory a first baller holding out in the deep, but the Heat seen home by Jimmy Pearson 15 not out and James Baisley 4 not out. Nathan McAndrew 1 for 37 from his 4, Adam Milne 0 for 38, Chris Green the off spinner 1 for 20, very tidy. Tanvir Sangha the leggy 3 for 40, continues to excite us. Chris Tremaine came in as a concussion sub for Daniel Sams, 0 for 24 for 2. Ben Cutting cannot get one over his old team, 0 for 16 from 2 overs. And like you said, Michael, Sydney Thunder eventually 10 or 15 runs short, and also in a couple of ways just been architects of their own downfall. We talked about the confusing tactics and also just the way they lost momentum with the bat midway through their innings.
Yeah, just some very sleepy, what I call sleepy dismissals. Callum Ferguson was captain, just holding out, not really looking to go over the infield, just sort of hitting it flat. Sam Billings, who looked nice, looked poised for fireworks at the back end, just wandering out of the crease too far down the track and being run out. Little things like that, I think, they just give the fielding team a little bit of encouragement, especially on, what is a good surface. As I said, generally the scores at Brisbane can be quite high. It's quite a high scoring ground. So to only post 170, felt it was never really ever going to be enough, unless Sydney Thunder were able to bowl themselves back into the contest. But I think losing Sams was a big blow as well. He offers them something different in terms of left arm. Their attack was a little bit samey. And I think that along with some of the strange tactics, as we mentioned before, not putting catchers in when the game really cried out for having to bowl Brisbane Heat out, was very odd. So very disappointing day.
2 big Bash League games today. Earlier on, Melbourne Stars defeated Hobart Hurricanes by 10 runs. Now we've seen Brisbane Heat get home against the Sydney Thunder with 5 balls to spare. The table, all of these teams have played 7 games unless stated. Sydney Sixers top on 21 points, Thunder on 19, Hobart Hurricanes have played 8, they have 18, Melbourne Stars 15, Adelaide Strikers 13, Brisbane Heat 12, so only now 1 place behind the top 5 who all make it into the playoffs. Perth Scorchers, they've played 6 games, have 9 points, and the Melbourne Renegades propping up the table on 5 points. Michael, we're about halfway through the group stage now. Out of the teams you've seen, who's strong? Who's got the biggest credentials really for a place in the playoffs and potentially going all the way? Or is it actually a case of a lot of these teams are quite evenly matched and a lot just depends on what happens on the night?
The thing is, it's such a long tournament. I think it's who peaks really at the right time. You obviously had the front runners. The Stars were amazing at the start of the tournament. They seem to have lost their way a little bit, and then obviously the Sixers have been strong, and then they've lost their way. I think overall at this current standing, I think the Sixers will be, say, odds-on favourites certainly to go into the playoffs. I would say the Stars, you'd have to say with their lineup, star-studded lineup, you'd think it would have to be in around there. I do like the Hurricanes as well. I think they've looked good through the tournament as well. I think they've got a dangerous lineup. Obviously, the likes of David Milan, who's come in, the number 1 T20 batter in the world. He'll be keen to get going as well. Darcy Short as well. Someone who can really take bowling attacks apart. But I think even the Heat. They're just starting to build something. You never know with this tournament. It's a funny. A couple of wins here and there. You're right back in the mix.
And hoping for your Scorchers to improve?
I am indeed. So far, it's been a season of comebacks. A couple of wins for the Arsenal. I'm spreading that positivity to the Scorchers. I'm hoping the men in orange can find what Brisbane Heat have found. Really, it's just to get on a roll. A couple of wins, you're sort of in that sort of mid-table fight. So you never know.
Many thanks to Michael Carberry.
Thanks for having us.
Former Big Bash winner, former England opener. The Brisbane Heat have beaten the Sydney Thunder with 5 deliveries to spare. More cricket from the Big Bash League for you tomorrow. Melbourne Renegades versus the Adelaide Strikers at 8:15 tomorrow morning. Wednesday evening, remember, the third test between Australia and India in Sydney. Wonderfully poised that series at 1-1 with 2 to play. And right now you can download the Test Match Special preview of 2021. That podcast is on BBC Sounds. But for myself, Stefan Schemmelt, Henry Moran and Michael Carberry, it's goodbye.
Coming up this January on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra. Big Bash League and international Test cricket.
Root advances. He launches down the ground. Has it got enough legs to go over the top? It has.
Rugby Union Premiership.
They pick and go through the middle and score. They have responded.
Live commentaries from the Premier League and FA Cup third round.
Goes for the left footer. That is absolutely sensational by James Maddison.
January on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowls, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is edge and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strides and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled in, and Zampa has gone.
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5 Live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Rugby League with live commentary from the Super League.
Maguire with a kick, and it's Cuthbertson who's on the chase. What about that?
There's an element of anticipation, of excitement. My word, bring it on.
The Challenge Cup, NRL and Super League Super 8.
Tries this time. Luke Gale!
There's places that you go in this game, and this is unbelievable.
Plus, international rugby league.
They've got numbers outside. McGilvray with a chance, and McGilvray will score. Brilliant England move.
When they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5 Live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5 Live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Serves, big serve.
This to take it all the way.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on, still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time. The longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5 Live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area. Harry Kane finds the back of the net.
Lukaku shoots. Lukaku scores.
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg. Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With the free kick, she goes low into the far corner, and the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post, and Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wickets. Bowled him and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net. And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick, she goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
What a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over. An opponent, lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 of the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowls, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is out and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strides and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled him! And Zampa has gone!
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby league with live commentary from the Super League.
Maguire with a kick, and it's Cuthbertson who's on the chase. What about that?
There's an element of anticipation, of excitement. My word, bring it on.
The Challenge Cup, NRL and Super League Super 8.
Tries this time. Luke Gale!
There's places that you go in this game, and this is unbelievable.
Plus, international rugby league.
They've got numbers outside. McGilvray with a chance, and McGilvray will score. Brilliant England move.
When they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Serves, big serve.
This to take it all away.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on, still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time. The longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area. Harry Kane finds the back of the net.
Lukaku shoots. Lukaku scores.
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With the free kick, she goes low into the far corner, and the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post, and Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wicket. He's bowled him and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net. And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick, she goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Balza! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
Got a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over. Been a played a lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 of the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolger! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowles, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is edge and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strides and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled him! And Zampa has gone!
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolger! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby league with live commentary from the Super League.
Maguire with a kick, and it's Cuthbertson who's on the chase. What about that?
There's an element of anticipation, of excitement. My word, bring it on.
The Challenge Cup, NRL and Super League Super 8.
Tries this time. Luke Gale!
There's places that you go in this game, and this is unbelievable.
Plus, international rugby league.
They've got numbers outside. McGilvray with a chance, and McGilvray will score. Brilliant England move.
When they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolger! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Serves, big serve.
This to take it all away.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on, still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time. The longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area. Harry Kane finds the back of the net.
Lukaku shoots. Lukaku scores.
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg. Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With the free kick, she goes low into the far corner, and the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post, and Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wicket. He's bowled him and England win. Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net. And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick, she goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Balzer! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
What a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over. An opponent, lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowls, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is edged and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strides and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled him! And Zampa has gone!
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby league with live commentary from the Super League.
Maguire with a kick, and it's Cuthbertson who's on the chase. What about that?
There's an element of anticipation, of excitement. My word, bring it on.
The Challenge Cup, NRL and Super League Super 8.
Tries this time. Luke Gale!
There's places that you go in this game, and this is unbelievable.
Plus, international rugby league.
They've got numbers outside. McGilvray with a chance, and McGilvray will score. Brilliant England move.
When they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolter! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Serves, big serve.
This to take it all away.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on, still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time. The longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area. Harry Kane finds the back of the net.
Lukaku shoots. Lukaku scores.
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With the free kick, she goes low into the far corner, and the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post, and Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wickets. Bowled in and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net. And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick, she goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Balzer! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby union, with live coverage from the English Premiership, the Challenge Cup and Pro 14s.
What a long overhead pass. Oh, it's taken there by Nathan Hughes. He's up to the line and over. Been a played a lovely ball from Farrell to Jamie George, who's seen some space, and George is under the post.
Plus, international fixtures, including the Six Nations, Rugby World Cup and Autumn Internationals.
The underdogs have barked loudly.
What a take though! It's taken by Gareth Davis. Gareth Davis is going to go and go and go. Interception from Gareth Davis. He's run 3/4 the length of the field.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including Formula One.
He's about to do his first ever Formula One start. All the drivers are now lined up at the front of this Albert Park circuit. The Australian fans are all on their feet.
With full coverage of practice rounds and qualifying.
Max Verstappen then across the line to start his flying lap. The sparks fly from underneath the Red Bull in the pitch darkness of the Singapore night. Here comes Vettel, faster still.
Plus, live action and analysis from across the F1 calendar.
All 5 lights are on and the first Grand Prix of the season is go.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolger! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including international cricket with Test Match Special.
Listen to this noise. We're right up in the roof. Bowls, that's driven. Lovely shot from Stone. He's timed that really well.
Anderson goes in and bowls, and that is edge and caught behind.
T20 and one-day internationals.
Takes a couple of strides and then pumps his arms and legs, approaches us, bowls, he's bowled in, and Zampa has gone.
Plus, the ICC Cricket World Cup and highlights and analysis from the biggest matches across the cricketing calendar.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolger! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including rugby league with live commentary from the Super League.
Maguire with a kick, and it's Cuthbertson who's on the chase. What about that?
There's an element of anticipation, of excitement. My word, bring it on.
The Challenge Cup, NRL and Super League Super 8.
Tries this time. Luke Gale!
There's places that you go in this game, and this is unbelievable.
Plus, international rugby league.
They've got numbers outside. McGilvray with a chance, and McGilvray will score. Brilliant England move.
When they start to put it together, when they start to get in the groove, they're going to score points.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Bolger! 6 wickets for Andy Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including tennis.
Serves, big serve.
This to take it all away.
And the screaming and the roaring and the come on, still going.
With live coverage from every Grand Slam.
Nadal celebrates another straight sets victory. First couple of rounds safely negotiated.
Serena and her elder sister Venus Williams are making the walk of champions.
Every single one of these Grand Slam wins means so much.
Plus ATP Tour finals and Davis Cup.
What an extraordinary spectacle. This does not feel like it can be happening.
Well, what a time. The longest and the most intense rally of the match.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including football, with live coverage from the Premier League.
Harry Kane inside the penalty area. Harry Kane finds the back of the net.
Lukaku shoots. Lukaku scores.
FA Cup and EFL Cup.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Plus, live action from the Women's Super League, Champions League and international fixtures.
With the free kick, she goes low into the far corner, and the header is there. Brilliant run at the back post, and Nikita Paris gives England the perfect start to the second half.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Curran comes in over the wicket. He's bowled him and England win! Amazing from Tom Curran. He picks up 5 wickets, jumps in the air.
Athletics, swimming, tennis.
Hallett's back and into the net. And at last, Caroline Wozniacki is a Grand Slam champion.
Rugby League, Formula One, golf.
Good speed. Oh, it does more than a 360. That is a wicked one.
Rugby Union.
It's intercepted by Johnny May, and May's going to score, no question.
Boxing, football.
Steph Horton with the free kick, she goes low into the far corner.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another. Live and uninterrupted, including cricket.
Shrubsole in now. Balls for Balzer! 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole, England's hero. England win the World Cup.
Athletics, swimming, boxing.
Trying to get away from danger, trying to find some sanctuary somewhere in the ring.
Formula One. Golf, rugby league.
Luke Gale tries this time. Luke Gale!
Rugby union, tennis, football.
Wigan with a cross from the left. Will Grigg! Goal! It's Will Grigg to put Wigan 1-0 up in the FA Cup.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live for full listings. More live sport, pure live sport. You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.